Good evening. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The National Occult Archives of the British Museum has opened sealed Scottish supernatural documents dating from the 12th through to the 19th centuries. Tonight, I present these 45 authenticated testimonies of unexplained phenomena across Scotland, which contain ghostly possessions and alien encounters to ancient entities and temporal anomalies. Support my efforts by liking and subscribing. So let's begin. Turn down the world, embrace the darkness, and let the forgotten be heard. Case file NOA 1789K. Classification: testimonial account. Date of statement: 14th May 1789. Location: Galloway Forest, Kirkcudbrightshire, Scotland. Testimony: I, Duncan MacLeod, gamekeeper to the estate of Lord Argyll, do testify about the lights that appeared above the forest. The night was clear when I saw them first. 3 orbs of silver light hung suspended above the tree line. They made no sound as they moved. I watched from the hillock near the old stone circle. The lights descended slowly toward the western grove. My dogs refused to follow when I went closer. They whimpered and pulled against their leads until I released them. The animals fled back toward the manor house. I continued alone with only my lantern. The lights had grown larger by the time I reached the clearing. They illuminated the ancient oaks with an unnatural glow. The air itself felt different beneath them. Heavy, cold despite the mild spring evening. I saw figures moving within the brightest light. Tall and thin beyond any natural proportion. Their movements were wrong, too fluid and too angular at once. One turned its head towards me. I saw no face where a face should be, only darkness within the silver radiance. My lantern guttered and died though the oil reservoir remained full. The figures began to descend from the lights. I ran then without shame. The cold followed me through the forest. I felt it at my back like icy breath. My lungs burned as I crashed through undergrowth. Behind me came a sound like wind through metal pipes, high and resonant and utterly foreign. I did not stop until I reached the manor gates. The lights remained visible for 3 more hours. Other staff members witnessed them from the windows. Cook fainted when one light descended near the kitchen garden. The stable master locked himself in the tack room. By dawn, the lights had vanished. I returned to the clearing with Lord Argyll and 6 men. We found the grass burned in 3 perfect circles. Each measured exactly 12 feet across. Nothing would grow in those circles afterward. The soil itself had changed to a fine grey powder. No rain would wash it away. The estate shepherd found one of my dogs 2 days later. The animal had died near the stone circle. Its eyes were open but completely white. No injury marked its body. The second dog was never found. I resigned my position within the month. Lord Argyll understood without explanation. 3 other gamekeepers have since refused employment on that estate. The lights return every 7th year. Always on the 14th of May. Always above the same clearing. Duncan MacLeod, gamekeeper. Galloway Forest, Kirkcudbrightshire. 14th May, 1789. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Document recovered from Argyll family papers during estate liquidation. Contemporary meteorological records show clear conditions that evening. Multiple witness testimonies corroborate the sighting. The burn marks remain visible until forest clearing in 1837. End of file. Case file NOA 1642M. Classification: ecclesiastical record. Date of statement: 27th October, 1642. Location: St. Columba's Abbey, Isle of Iona, Scotland. Record: I, Brother Finian O'Malley, do record the possession that befell Brother Thomas. The affliction began during Vespers on the feast of St. Jude. Brother Thomas collapsed while singing the evening psalms. His body convulsed upon the cold stone floor. 6 of us carried him to the infirmary. His eyes had rolled back, showing only white. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. We laid him upon the cot and sent for Father Abbot. Brother Thomas began to speak before the abbot arrived. The voice was not his own. It spoke in perfect Latin, though Brother Thomas knew only basic prayers. The words were blasphemies against our Lord, obscenities regarding the Holy Virgin. I cannot repeat them here, even in documentation. Father Abbot arrived with holy water and scripture. Brother Thomas laughed at the blessing. The laugh was deep and multiple, as if 3 voices emerged from his throat simultaneously. His back arched impossibly upon the bed. The wooden frame cracked beneath him. We held his limbs to prevent injury. His strength was inhuman despite his slight frame. Brother Marcus was thrown against the wall with one arm. His shoulder was dislocated by the force. The entity within Brother Thomas spoke again. It named each of us by our secret sins, things we had confessed only to God in private prayer. Brother Declan wept at the revelations. Father Abbot began the ritual of exorcism. Brother Thomas screamed at the holy words. His voice shattered 2 glass vials upon the shelf. Blood began to flow from his nose and ears. The temperature in the infirmary dropped sharply. We could see our breath in the lamplight. Ice formed upon the stone walls despite the fire burning in the hearth. The possession continued through the night. Father Abbot recited the exorcism prayers without ceasing. Brother Thomas spoke in languages none of us recognized, ancient and guttural sounds that hurt to hear. Dawn was approaching when the entity finally responded to the holy commands. Brother Thomas rose vertically from the bed without using his limbs. He floated 3 feet above the mattress. His head rotated to stare at each of us in turn. Then he spoke in Gaelic, the ancient dialect our grandmothers used. He promised that it would return, that this abbey was built upon ground it claimed long before Christ walked the earth, that we were trespassers in its domain. Brother Thomas fell back to the bed. The entity departed with a sound like tearing fabric. A smell of sulfur filled the room. Brother Thomas lay unconscious for 2 days. When he woke, he remembered nothing of the possession. He bears scars upon his wrists where we held him. Bruises in the shape of hands cover his torso, though no one touched him there. Brother Thomas has been moved to our sister Abbey in Kilmartin. He cannot bear to remain on Iona. He weeps whenever he approaches the chapel. Father Abbot has blessed the infirmary 7 times. The cold remains in that room. No fire can warm it. Brother Finian O'Malley, scribe. St. Columba's Abbey, Isle of Iona. 27th October, 1642. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, cross-referenced with Vatican records of sanctioned exorcisms. Theological examination of reported Latin phrases confirms accuracy. Abbey records indicate 3 similar incidents between 1347 and 1642. The infirmary was sealed in 1691. End of file. Case file NOA 153-7T. Classification: Medical Journal Entry. Date of statement: 3rd December 1537. Location: Royal Infirmary, Edinburgh, Scotland. Journal entry: I, Dr. William Erskine, physician to His Majesty, do record the patient who arrived in darkness. The woman was brought by cart shortly after midnight. Her family gave no names and departed immediately. They paid in coins so old the markings were worn smooth. The patient appeared to be approximately 30 years of age. She was conscious but would not speak. Her eyes tracked movement but showed no recognition. I examined her in the isolation ward. Her clothing was of a style not worn for 200 years. The fabric was remarkably preserved despite its apparent age. No moth damage or decay marked the garments. Her skin was cold to the touch. No pulse beat in her wrist or throat. Yet she moved and breathed with regular rhythm. I held a mirror to her lips. No condensation appeared upon the glass. I placed my ear to her chest. No heartbeat sounded within. The woman turned her head to look directly at me. Her mouth opened slowly. A sound emerged like wind through a hollow log. No words formed, but the meaning was clear. She wanted to be taken somewhere, to be returned to a place she could not name. I called for my assistant to bring restraints. The woman did not resist when we secured her to the bed. She simply stared at the ceiling with unblinking eyes. I noticed her shadow then. It moved independently upon the wall. While she lay still, her shadow writhed and twisted. It formed shapes that had too many limbs, configurations impossible for human anatomy. My assistant saw it too and crossed himself repeatedly. We left the isolation ward and locked the door. Through the night, I heard sounds from that room, scratching upon stone, low moaning that never paused for breath, a wet sliding sound I could not identify. By dawn, I had resolved to contact the ecclesiastical authorities. Whatever lay in that bed was not simply ill. I unlocked the door as morning light filled the corridor. The bed was empty. The restraints remained fastened. They showed no sign of tampering or escape. The leather straps were still buckled tight, yet nothing remained within them. The woman's clothing lay folded neatly on the chair. Upon the fabric was a single item, a locket containing a portrait. The face in the portrait was the woman's own. Beneath the image was engraved a date, 1321. I keep the locket still. It remains cold regardless of how long I hold it. The portrait sometimes shows different expressions. I have witnessed this change myself. The face shifts from peaceful to anguished, from anguished to something like hunger. I have shown the locket to 3 colleagues. All refused to examine it a second time. The isolation ward has been locked permanently. No patient will consent to treatment within those walls. They claim to hear voices from behind the door, a woman calling to be released, calling to be taken home. Dr. William Erskine, Royal Physician, Royal Infirmary, Edinburgh, 3rd December 1537. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Infirmary records confirm no patient admission matching this description. The isolation ward was demolished in 1724. Construction workers reported similar phenomena during deconstruction. The locket's current location remains unknown. End of file. Case file NOA14988H. Classification Constabulary Report. Date of statement 9th August 1498. Location Glen Affric, Inverness Shire, Scotland. Report I, Constable James Drummond, do report the discovery in the ancient forest. The search party numbered 12 men. We sought a shepherd missing for 3 days. His flock had returned to the village without him. The sheep bore no marks of predation. They simply appeared at the village edge at dawn, standing silently in formation. We entered Glen Affric at first light. The forest was unusually quiet. No birdsong marked our passage. No movement stirred the undergrowth. Even our footsteps seemed muffled by unnatural silence. We found the shepherd's staff at midday. It stood upright in the center of a clearing, planted in the earth as if someone had driven it there deliberately. The clearing was perfectly circular. No vegetation grew within its bounds, only bare earth packed hard as stone. These trees surrounding the space leaned away, as if bent by persistent wind though no wind blew. Malcolm Fraser noticed the symbols first, carved into the bark of the outer trees. Marks that resembled no language any of us knew. They spiraled around each trunk in regular patterns. Some appeared fresh, others were old and covered with moss. We found the shepherd 20 yards beyond the clearing. He sat beneath an oak with his back against the trunk. His eyes were open. His face held an expression of absolute terror. He had been dead at least 2 days based on the condition of the body. No injury marked him, no sign of violence or illness. His hands clutched his chest as if trying to hold something in, or keep something out. We attempted to move him. The body would not be lifted. It seemed affixed to the tree by some invisible force. 6 men could not pull him free. The shepherd's eyes followed us. I know how this sounds in written testimony, but every man present witnessed the same phenomenon. The corpse's eyes tracked our movement around the clearing, watching us with dead awareness. We sent for the parish priest. Father Mackenzie arrived before sunset. He blessed the body and the surrounding trees. Holy water hissed and steamed when it touched the bark. The priest spoke prayers in Latin. The shepherd's body suddenly released from the tree. It fell forward into the arms of 2 men. The back of his clothing was unmarked, but the tree trunk behind him bore the impression of his form, pressed into the wood as if the tree had been soft clay. The impression remains there still. I returned 2 weeks later to verify. The mark has grown deeper. The tree itself appears to be dying from that point outward. The branches above the impression have shed their leaves. The bark has turned black. No one will enter that clearing now. The local people have declared it cursed ground. They have erected cairns at every path leading toward it, warning stones to keep travelers away. I have recommended the area be marked on official maps as hazardous terrain unsuitable for travel. My superiors have agreed to this designation. What killed that shepherd remains unknown to me, but it waits still in Glen Affric, in a clearing where nothing grows, beneath trees that lean away from something they will not touch. Constable James Drummond, Glen Affric, Inverness Shire, 9th August 1498, archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Topographical surveys confirm the clearing's existence. Modern analysis shows no vegetation growth in the area despite ideal soil conditions. 3 hikers disappeared near this location in 1873. Local folklore predates this incident by at least 3 centuries. End of file. Case file NOA 1723P. Classification: Private Correspondence. Date of statement: 16th March 1723. Location: Dunvegan Castle, Isle of Skye, Scotland. Letter: I, Lady Margaret MacLeod, do write this account for preservation. The chamber at the North Tower has been sealed. No member of the household will explain why. I arrived at Dunvegan as bride to Lord Hugh MacLeod 3 months past. The servants refused to speak of the North Tower. They averted their eyes when I inquired. My husband dismissed my questions with vague reassurances. He claimed the tower was unsafe due to structural damage. Yet I saw no signs of deterioration in the stonework. The windows remained intact and shuttered. The door was solid oak bound with iron. 7 locks secured it. My curiosity grew with each deflection. I obtained keys from the housekeeper through persistence. She wept as she handed them over. She begged me not to enter. I disregarded her warning. I unlocked the door on a Tuesday afternoon. The servants were occupied with laundry. My husband had travelled to Portree on business. I climbed the tower stairs alone. The chamber at the top was furnished completely. Bed and wardrobe and writing desk, all covered with dust undisturbed for years. A woman's possessions filled the space. Dresses in the wardrobe from decades past. Jewellery upon the vanity table. Letters tied with ribbon in the desk drawer. I read one letter. It was addressed to Hugh MacLeod, written in a feminine hand. The words spoke of love and anticipation of marriage. The signature was Catherine Fraser. I knew that name. My husband's first wife. She had died of fever before I met him. Or so I had been told. I heard footsteps behind me on the stairs, light and quick. A woman's steps. I turned, but the doorway remained empty. The footsteps continued past me into the chamber. I heard the wardrobe door creak open, saw the dresses sway as if touched by searching hands. The vanity chair scraped across the floor. It positioned itself before the mirror. I watched the seat cushion compress, as if weight settled upon it. The mirror showed my reflection, and behind me, seated at the vanity, a woman in white. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were empty sockets, hollow and dark and fixed upon me in the glass. Her mouth opened in a smile, too wide, showing too many teeth. She raised one hand, pointed at me in the mirror. Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, but I understood the message. Leave. This is mine. He is mine. I fled the chamber, locked each of the 7 locks with trembling hands, returned the keys to the housekeeper. She knew immediately what I had seen. She told me the truth that evening. Catherine Fraser did not die of fever. She threw herself from the North Tower window. After discovering Hugh MacLeod's affair with another woman, her body was found on the rocks below. Her neck was broken, but her eyes were missing. The ravens had taken them before anyone arrived. Hugh MacLeod married me 6 months later. He never mentioned Catherine, never spoke of the tower. I hear her sometimes at night, walking the corridors of Dunvegan. Her footsteps pause outside our bedchamber. I feel her watching through the door. My husband sleeps soundly and hears nothing, but I know she waits. Catherine Fraser waits for something, perhaps for me to leave, perhaps for me to join her. I do not know which frightens me more. Lady Margaret MacLeod, Dunvegan Castle, Isle of Skye, 16th March 1723. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. MacLeod family records confirm Catherine Fraser's death in 1722. The circumstances match this account. The North Tower was demolished in 1798. Workers refused to continue after the 3rd day, citing inexplicable accidents. End of file. Case file NOA 1815D. Classification: Ship's log extract. Date of statement: 21st November 1815. Location: off the coast of Orkney, Scotland. Log entry: I, Captain Robert Sinclair of the merchant vessel Hebridean Star, do record the encounter at sea. We departed Kirkwall at dawn bound for Aberdeen. The weather was fair with following winds. Our crew numbered 23 souls, all experienced sailors familiar with these waters. The afternoon watch reported the sighting at 2 bells. A vessel approaching from the northeast. At first, we thought it another merchant ship, but as it drew closer, the oddness became apparent. The ship was of ancient design, a longship with a single square sail. The hull was dark with age. No flag or marking identified its origin. I called all hands to deck. We watched the vessel approach at impossible speed. No wind filled its sail, yet it cut through the water like a blade, leaving no wake behind it. The crew grew silent as it drew alongside. We could see figures aboard now. They stood motionless at the rails, perhaps 30 men, all dressed in armor that belonged to centuries past. Helmets and mail that Vikings wore. Their faces were visible in the late afternoon sun. Every face was identical. The same features repeated across every man, as if one person multiplied. They stared at us without expression, without any sign of life. No breath misted in the cold air. No movement disturbed their absolute stillness. The longship matched our speed exactly, sailing parallel to the Hebridean star, close enough to call between vessels, but no one spoke. No sound came from the ancient ship, not the creak of rigging, not the splash of water, nothing. I ordered our crew to hail them. First Mate Morrison called out in English. No response came. He tried Gaelic, still silence. He tried Old Norse. He had learned it from his grandmother, who knew the old stories. At the Norse words, every head turned toward us simultaneously. Every identical face focused on Morrison. He stopped speaking immediately. The fear on his face silenced the entire crew. The figures raised, their arms as one, pointed at our ship. Their mouths opened in unison. A sound emerged that I can only describe as wind through bones. Hollow and cold and utterly wrong. It resonated in our chests, made our teeth ache. The ship turned away then. It sailed directly into the wind, against all natural law. Its speed increased until it became a dark blur on the horizon. Then it vanished, simply ceased to exist between one moment and the next. Morrison collapsed on deck. He spoke in tongues for 3 hours, Old Norse words tumbling from his mouth. When he recovered, he could not remember what he had said, but our Norwegian cargo hand understood. He refused to translate. He said only that Morrison had spoken a prophecy, something about the drowned returning, about old debts coming due, about the sea reclaiming what was taken. Morrison threw himself overboard that night. He left no note. 2 sailors saw him jump. They said he walked to the rail, climbed over, and stepped into the water as if it were solid ground. He sank without struggling, without calling out. We searched but found no body. I have reported the incident to the Admiralty. They have no record of any vessel matching that description. No Viking longship sails these waters. None has for 800 years. Yet 22 men witnessed what I have written. 22 men saw the impossible. 21 men returned to port. I am selling my commission. I will not sail these waters again. Captain Robert Sinclair. Off the coast of Orkney. 21st November, 1815. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Admiralty records confirm Morrison's death. Similar sightings reported in Norse sagas from 9th century. No physical evidence of the vessel exists. Orkney folklore speaks of drauga ships that cannot rest. End of file. Case file NOA1689F. Classification. Academic testimony. Date of statement. 5th July, 1689. Location. University of St Andrews, Fife, Scotland. Testimony. I, Professor Malcolm Stewart, lecturer in natural philosophy, do testify about the specimen that should not exist. A student brought it to me following a coastal expedition. Young Andrew McIntyre found it washed ashore near Crail. He presented it in a wooden box lined with velvet. The creature within defied classification. It measured approximately 8 inches in length. The body was serpentine but covered in scales unlike any fish. They held an iridescent quality that shifted in the light, purple to green to silver. The head bore features of both fish and something mammalian. Eyes positioned forward rather than lateral, suggesting predatory behavior. But the eyes themselves were the true impossibility. They remained open and aware, despite the creature having no heartbeat, no respiration, no signs of life. Yet the eyes tracked movement, followed my hand as I examined the specimen. I called in Dr. Patterson from the medical faculty. He confirmed my observations. The creature was by all measurable standards dead. Body temperature matched the ambient air. No rigor mortis affected the flesh. No decomposition had begun despite 3 days since discovery. The scales remained supple and moist. We attempted dissection. The creature moved when I made the first incision. Not a death spasm, not involuntary muscle contraction. It writhed deliberately away from the blade. A sound emerged from its throat, high-pitched and definitely vocalized, not mere escaping air. The creature appeared to be screaming. Dr. Patterson dropped his instruments. Several students fled the laboratory. I completed the incision despite the movement. The internal organs were wrong. Some structures I recognized. Others belonged to no species in any reference text. The heart was not in the chest cavity. It was located near the base of the spine, and it was beating, slow and rhythmic, pumping fluid that was not blood. Clear, viscous liquid circulated through vessels. The lungs were vestigial, but connected to a secondary system. A series of bladders along the spine, filled with gas that Dr. Patterson could not identify. The creature continued moving throughout the examination. Its eyes never closed, never stopped watching us. I could not continue the dissection. The ethical implications overwhelmed scientific curiosity. We placed the specimen in a preservation jar, alcohol solution that should have killed any remaining tissue. The creature lived in the jar for 6 more days, swimming in slow circles, eyes always directed outward toward observers. Students began reporting dreams about the specimen, dreams of swimming in dark water, of pressure and cold and inability to surface, of watching the world above through glass they could not break. 3 students withdrew from the university. On the 7th day, the creature's eyes finally closed. Its body settled to the bottom of the jar. Decomposition began immediately. Within hours, nothing remained but bones. Those bones dissolved by morning. The alcohol solution was clear, empty of any physical trace. But the jar itself had changed. The glass now bore markings, scratches on the interior surface. They formed patterns, symbols that resembled writing. I have studied those symbols for 2 years. I cannot decipher them, but I dream in that language now. I know the meanings without understanding the words. The symbols speak of depth, of places in the sea where things older than fish swim, where evolution took different paths, where awareness developed in forms we do not recognize. The jar remains in my office. I keep it covered with cloth. Students who see it uncovered refuse to return. They claim the symbols move, that they rearrange themselves when not directly observed. I believe them. I have witnessed the changes myself. Professor Malcolm Stewart, University of St Andrews, Fife. 5th July, 1689. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The preservation jar disappeared from university inventory in 1721. Similar specimens reported along Scottish coast throughout recorded history. Fishermen called them fin folk and refused to discuss them with outsiders. Maritime records show increased drownings near reported sighting locations. End of file. Case file NOA 1592WW. Classification: Ecclesiastical investigation. Date of statement: 12th January 1592. Location: Crossraguel Abbey, Ayrshire, Scotland. Investigation report. I, Father Edmund Kerr, do record the findings of our inquiry into Brother Alistair's claims. Brother Alistair reported hearing voices from the crypt. This began following the winter solstice. Initially, we dismissed his concerns as imagination. The crypt is ancient, and sounds travel strangely through stone. But 3 other brothers reported similar phenomena. Voices speaking in the darkness below the chapel. Words they could not quite distinguish. Languages they did not recognize. The abbot ordered an investigation. I was appointed to lead the inquiry. We entered the crypt with 6 brothers and adequate lighting. The space was as it had always been. Stone coffins arranged in rows. The earliest dating to the abbey's founding in 1260. Walls damp with moisture but showing no structural concern. Nothing appeared disturbed. We conducted prayers over each tomb. Checked for any signs of desecration. Found nothing unusual. We were preparing to leave when Brother Alistair stopped. He held up his hand for silence. We all heard it then. Tapping from inside one of the coffins. Slow and rhythmic. 3 taps. Pause. 3 more taps. The sound came from the tomb of Abbot Murdoch. Dead these 300 years. The stone lid had not been moved since his interment. Moss grew thick in the seams, yet the tapping continued. Brother Alistair approached the tomb. I ordered him back. The tapping increased in tempo, became frantic. Then voices joined the sound, not from the tomb, from all around us, echoing off the stone walls, speaking Latin in perfect liturgical pronunciation. But the words were wrong. Prayers spoken backward, scripture recited in reverse, blasphemies disguised as benedictions. Brother Malcolm covered his ears and sank to his knees. The temperature plummeted. Our breath steamed in the lamplight. Ice formed on the stone coffins. The voices grew louder. Now they spoke in unison, all saying the same reversed prayers. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. I began the rite of exorcism, raised my voice above the cacophony. The voices stopped immediately. Silence fell so complete it felt heavy. Then laughter emerged from every direction. Not human laughter, too deep, too many tones layered together. The laughter echoed and echoed, growing louder instead of fading. We fled the crypt. The sound followed us up the stairs, into the chapel itself. The laughter filled the nave, resonated through the sacred space, then stopped. The abbot sealed the crypt that same day, blessed the entrance and had it bricked closed. But we still hear the sounds, muffled now through stone and mortar, tapping at night during matins, voices during the consecration at Mass, always speaking backward, always laughing when we pray. Brother Alistair has been transferred to our sister Abby in Glasgow. Brother Malcolm no longer speaks. He stares at walls and weeps silently. The remaining brothers refuse to enter the chapel alone. We conduct services as a group, always with multiple witnesses. The abbot has requested intervention from Rome. We await their response. But I fear what sleeps beneath our chapel, what spoke in tongues of mockery and laughed at our prayers. It does not sleep any longer. We have disturbed something that should have remained still, something that resents the light and the prayers above its resting place. It waits below. In darkness we have sealed but cannot contain. Father Edmund Kerr, Crossraguel Abbey, Ayrshire, 12th January 1592. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Vatican records contain no documentation of requested intervention. The abbey was abandoned in 1560 during the Reformation. The sealed crypt was opened during renovations in 1843. Abbot Murdoch's coffin was found empty despite undisturbed seals. End of file. Case file NOA 1741S. Classification: Village record. Date of statement: 30th April 1741. Location: Plockton, Rossshire, Scotland. Record: I, Margaret Sutherland, village midwife, do record the birth that was not natural. The mother was Catherine Ross, a healthy woman of 24 years. This was her first child. The pregnancy progressed normally until the final month. Catherine began speaking of dreams, dark water and voices calling from beneath waves, hands pulling her down into cold depths. She woke gasping as if she had truly drowned. I dismissed these as common fears before childbirth. The labor began on the night of April 30th. A storm raged outside. Wind shrieked around the cottage. Rain hammered the roof. Catherine's pains were strong and regular. The birth should have been straightforward, but when the child emerged, something was wrong. The infant was silent. No cry announced its arrival. Its skin was too pale, almost translucent. Blue veins showed clearly beneath. The eyes opened immediately. Infants do not focus at birth. This child stared directly at me, with awareness no newborn should possess. The eyes were wrong, too dark, like looking into deep water. I cleaned the infant and wrapped it in blankets. It remained silent, did not move except for breathing. Catherine reached for her. Child. The infant turned its head toward her, opened its mouth, and sang. Not baby sounds, not crying or cooing. It sang in a voice that should not emerge from an infant throat, melodic and complex, as in a language I did not know. The song was beautiful, hypnotic. I found myself swaying to its rhythm. Catherine's eyes glazed as she listened. She began to hum along, then sing, though she had never heard those words before. The song continued for perhaps 5 minutes, then stopped abruptly. The infant closed its eyes and appeared to sleep. Catherine looked at her child with adoration, but something in her expression frightened me, an intensity that seemed unnatural. I stayed through the night to ensure Catherine's recovery. The infant slept without waking, did not cry for feeding, did not stir at all. By morning, I was eager to leave. The atmosphere in that cottage felt wrong. Too still, too quiet, even with wind howling outside. I returned 3 days later to check on mother and child. Catherine sat in a chair by the window, staring out at the sea. The infant was nowhere visible. I asked where the baby was. Catherine smiled but did not turn from the window. She said the baby was home. I asked what she meant. She pointed to the water, said her child belonged there, had always belonged there. I searched the cottage frantically, found no infant, no cradle or clothing, nothing to suggest a child had ever been there. Catherine's husband was fishing and would not return until evening. I ran to fetch the village priest. Father MacDonald accompanied me back to the cottage. Catherine was gone. The door stood open. Her footprints led across the sand to the water's edge. They did not return. We searched for 3 days, found neither Catherine nor her infant. The sea gave back nothing. Catherine's husband swears he heard singing that night, coming from the water beneath his boat. A woman's voice and an infant's voice, singing together in harmony, in a language that made his heart ache with longing. He says other fishermen have heard it since, always during storms, always from the deepest water offshore. They call it the Ross song now. Some say Catherine gave birth to something that was never human. Others claim she took her child to join its true family in the sea. I do not know which explanation I prefer. Both haunt me equally. I delivered that child into this world. I heard it sing. I saw its ancient eyes in an infant face. I know what I witnessed was wrong, but I have no explanation that satisfies reason. Only the memory of that song, and the certain knowledge that Catherine Ross walks still, somewhere beneath the waves, singing with her child, Margaret Sutherland, midwife, Plockton, Rossshire. 30th April, 1741. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records show Catherine Ross listed as drowned. No body was recovered. Local. Fishermen continue reporting unusual singing during storms. Similar accounts exist in Celtic folklore of Selkie children and sea births. End of file. Case file. NOA 1806L. Classification. Prison record. Date of statement. 8th September 1806. Location. Inverness Toll Booth, Inverness-shire, Scotland. Record. I, Warden Thomas Grant, do record the incident in cell 14. The prisoner was Donald Fraser, convicted of theft and sentenced to 6 months confinement. A common criminal of no particular note. He occupied cell 14 on the second floor. A standard cell with stone walls and iron door. One small window too high to reach. Fraser gave us no trouble for the first month. He kept to himself and followed all regulations. Then the marks appeared. Fraser began drawing symbols on his cell walls, using his own blood when we confiscated writing materials. The symbols were intricate, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. They seemed to shift and move in peripheral vision. We scrubbed the walls clean daily. By morning, new symbols appeared. Fraser claimed he did not draw them, said they appeared while he slept. We stationed a guard to watch his cell at night. Guard Harris observed through the door slot. He reported Fraser lying still on his cot. Yet the symbols manifested on the walls regardless, appearing line by line, as if drawn by invisible hands. Harris refused further night duty after that observation. Other prisoners began complaining. They heard chanting from cell 14, multiple voices speaking in unison. But Fraser was alone, and when we checked on him, he was always silent. The chanting continued, and only when we were not looking, as if it stopped whenever we tried to verify it. Prisoners in adjacent cells requested transfers. They claimed cold air flowed from Fraser's cell, that they saw shadows moving under his door. shapes that were not human, too many limbs, wrong proportions. We agreed to move Fraser to isolation. When we opened his cell door, we found him standing, facing the back wall, arms raised, speaking rapidly in a language none of us recognized. The wall behind him was covered completely in symbols. They had spread across the ceiling, down the floor. No bare stone remained visible. The symbols glowed faintly, a sickly green luminescence. We seized Fraser and dragged him from the cell. He did not resist, did not seem aware of our presence. His eyes were rolled back, only whites visible. His lips continued moving, forming words that made our teeth ache to hear. We locked him in isolation, a cell with no windows and smooth walls, no surfaces where symbols could be drawn. The chanting began immediately, louder now without stone to muffle it. Every prisoner in the toll booth heard it. The sound resonated through the building, made the iron bars vibrate, caused lanterns to flicker and dim. I sent for a priest. Father Campbell arrived within the hour. We brought him to the isolation cell. The priest refused to enter. He said whatever was in that cell was not Donald Fraser. That Fraser was gone. Something else wore his flesh now. Something that had been waiting, called through the symbols, invited in. The chanting stopped at midnight. Silence fell suddenly. We waited until dawn to check the cell. Fraser was dead. He sat against the wall, eyes open, but showing no awareness. His body was cold. The skin had taken on a grey pallor, but he had no injuries, no marks of violence or illness. The physician could determine no cause of death. It was as if Fraser had simply stopped, like a clock winding down. The isolation cell had to be sealed. Despite the smooth walls, we found symbols, carved deep into the stone, as if done with metal tools. But Fraser had possessed nothing that could scratch stone. His fingernails were intact. No blood marked the carvings. We bricked up the isolation cell, but prisoners still report hearing the chanting, muffled by stone and mortar, coming from behind the sealed wall. Multiple voices speaking words no Christian should hear. Cell 14 was also sealed. The symbols would not wash away. They had etched into the stone permanently. We tried chiseling them out. The symbols reappeared overnight, deeper than before. The toll booth has experienced 7 more deaths since Fraser. All prisoners found sitting, all facing walls covered in those symbols, all with that same grey pallor and empty expression. I have requested the facility be closed. My superiors have not responded. I suspect they will not. Some things cannot be closed, only contained, and I fear we have failed even at that. Warden Thomas Grant, Inverness Toll Booth, Inverness Shire. 8th September 1806. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The toll booth was demolished in 1835. Similar symbols were found throughout the foundation stones. 3 workers died during demolition from unexplained causes. The site remains vacant. End of file. Case file NOA 1637N. Classification Hospital Journal. Date of statement 24th June 1637. Location Edinburgh Hospital for the Indigent Sick, Edinburgh, Scotland. Journal entry. I, Dr. Agnes Mowbray, physician, do record the patient admitted without name. The man was brought by cart from the grass market, found collapsed near the old gallows. No identification upon his person. No one claimed knowledge of him. He appeared approximately 40 years of age. well-nourished and cleanly dressed, not indigent by appearance. But his condition required immediate treatment. The man would not wake. He breathed regularly. His heart beat steadily, but he remained unconscious despite all attempts at rousing. We placed him in Ward 3, Bed 7, administered medicines to no effect. The man simply slept. On the third day he began speaking, still sleeping, eyes closed, but his mouth moved, forming words. He spoke of darkness, of weight pressing down from all directions, of cold that burned, of silence so complete it roared. He described being underground, deep beneath the city, in tunnels that should not exist, in chambers carved from bedrock, where things moved in absolute darkness, things that had never seen light, never needed eyes to hunt. His descriptions were vivid and detailed. He spoke of passages that descended endlessly, of rooms where the walls pulsed like living tissue, of water that flowed upward against nature, of air that tasted of copper and rot. Other patients in the ward began having nightmares. They dreamed of the tunnels the sleeping man described, found themselves walking those impossible passages, fleeing from sounds behind them, from scratching on stone, from breathing that was not human. I requested the man be moved to isolation. The hospital administrator agreed. We relocated him that same evening. The isolation room was in the basement, a decision I now recognize as grave error. The man speaking grew more urgent in isolation, more frantic. He warned that they were coming up, that the tunnels led to the surface, that the darkness would soon emerge, that we had built our city above their domain, that they had permitted this. But permission could be revoked. The man began screaming on the fifth night, still unconscious, but screaming with such force his voice damaged. Blood flecked his lips from the strain. He screamed warnings, coordinates and directions, naming streets and buildings, marking locations where the tunnels surfaced, places where the boundary between below and above had worn thin. A nurse attempted to calm him. She touched his shoulder. He seized her wrist without waking, pulled her close, whispered something directly to her. The nurse went silent. Her eyes widened. She tore free from his grip and fled the room. We found her in the chapel. Catatonic. She has not spoken since. The man died that same night. His heart simply stopped. In the morning we found his body grey and desiccated, as if he had been dead for weeks, as if something had consumed him from within, leaving only a husk. We buried him in an unmarked grave. The nurse who touched him died 3 days later. She wasted away despite our care, refused food and water, stared at the ceiling with absolute terror. Her last words were spoken in her sleep. She described tunnels, the same tunnels the man had warned about. She said they were rising, coming up through the foundations, that Edinburgh was built on hollow ground, that we walked above them every day, never knowing we were observed, never understanding we were tolerated, not welcomed. I have felt them since. When I walk the streets late at night, a sense of presence beneath the cobblestones, of attention from below, of being watched by things that have no eyes, but see perfectly in the dark. Dr. Agnes Mowbray, physician, Edinburgh Hospital for the Indigent Sick, Edinburgh, 24th June, 1637. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Edinburgh's underground vaults and passages have been documented since medieval times. Several sealed tunnels show evidence of extensive undocumented excavation. Municipal records reference deep foundations, with no specifications. Similar accounts exist from Rome, Paris, and other ancient cities built on complex underground systems. End of file. Case file NOA 1782B. Classification: Personal diary. Date of statement: 11th October 1782. Location: Stirling, Scotland. Diary entry: I, Jonathan Balfour, merchant, do record what I witnessed at the old bridge. Business required late travel from Glasgow to Stirling. I departed at midday expecting arrival before dark. A broken wheel delayed me by several hours. Night had fallen when I reached Stirling Bridge. The moon was full and bright. Frost covered the stones. My horse became agitated as we approached. The animal refused to cross. I dismounted to lead it. The horse planted its hooves and would not budge. I looked across the bridge. A figure stood at the far end, a woman in white, motionless in the moonlight. I called out a greeting. No response came. The figure remained still. I thought perhaps she was lost or needed assistance. I secured my horse and walked onto the bridge alone. The air grew colder with each step. My breath came in thick clouds. Ice formed in my beard. The woman did not move as I approached. She stood facing away. Her white dress stirred in a breeze I could not feel. I was 10 feet away when I called again. She turned. Her face was beautiful, pale as marble, eyes like dark water, but her expression was one of infinite sadness. She raised one hand toward me, not in greeting, in warning. Her mouth opened. No sound emerged at first. Then came a moan, low and building, like wind through a hollow tree. The sound resonated in my chest, made my heart stutter, made my vision blur. Behind her appeared more figures, dozens of them, men in armor from centuries past, all transparent in the moonlight, all moving in the same slow march. An army of the dead crossing Stirling Bridge. I recognized the battle they recreated, the Battle of Stirling Bridge, fought nearly 500 years past. These were the English dead, the soldiers who drowned when the bridge collapsed, trapped in armor, pulled down by the weight, lungs filling with water. They marched still, eternally crossing a bridge that had betrayed them, eternally drowning in memory. The woman in the white gestured toward them, then to the water below. I understood. She was showing me what happened here, what continued to happen, trapped in time, repeated endlessly. The figures began to fade, growing more transparent. The woman watched them disappear, then turned back to me. Her expression changed. Sadness became rage. Her mouth opened wider, too wide for any human face. A scream emerged, silent but felt, a wave of cold that knocked me backward. I fell. My head struck stone. I woke with dawn light warming my face. I lay in the road. My horse stood nearby, cropping grass. No evidence of the night's events remained. No ice, no frost. The bridge appeared solid and normal in morning light, but I saw the marks, scratches in the stone along the bridge sides, deep gouges, as if made by desperate hands, by men clawing for purchase as they drowned. Those marks are old, worn by centuries of weather, but still visible to those who know to look. I crossed the bridge in full daylight, quickly. My horse had no trouble in the sun. I have spoken to locals about what I witnessed. They nod knowingly. They avoid crossing Stirling Bridge at night. They say the woman in white appears monthly, on nights of the full moon. She shows the battle to anyone unfortunate enough to see. She was there that day, 500 years ago. watching from the far bank, watching English soldiers die, watching the water turn red. She has never left. She remains bound to that place, bound to that moment, condemned to witness the slaughter eternally, and to show it to others, so the dead are not forgotten, so their drowning continues forever, in memory, if not in flesh. Jonathan Balfour, Merchant, Stirling, Scotland, 11th October, 1782. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Battle of Stirling Bridge occurred in 1297. Historical accounts confirm significant English casualties in the river. Local folklore consistently describes a spectral woman at the bridge. Structural analysis shows deep scoring on the stonework of unknown origin. End of file. Case file NOA1548R. Classification: Clergy Testimony. Date of statement: 2nd February 1548. Location: Glasgow Cathedral, Glasgow, Scotland. Testimony: I, Father Angus Mackay, Canon of Glasgow Cathedral, do testify about the shadow in the crypt. The cathedral crypt has existed since the building's foundation. It contains tombs of bishops and nobles, a sacred space consecrated and blessed repeatedly. We conduct prayers there weekly. The space has always felt solemn, but not frightening, until the shadow appeared. It was first noticed by our sexton. He was lighting candles for evening prayers. He saw movement in the corner, a darkness that moved against the lamplight, not a natural shadow. This darkness had depth, substance. It moved independently of any light source. The sexton reported this to me. I dismissed it as imagination or fatigue. But then others saw it. Brothers conducting vigils, visitors paying respects at family tombs, all described the same phenomenon. A shadow that moved with purpose, that seemed aware of observers, that watched from corners and alcoves. I decided to observe for myself. I entered the crypt alone at midnight, carried adequate lighting. The space was as it had always been, silent, still. Stone tombs arranged in rows, flickering lamplight creating normal shadows. I began the evening prayers. Halfway through the first psalm, I felt it. A presence, something watching from behind me. I continued praying without turning, completed the psalm, then slowly looked back. The shadow stood 3 feet away, darker than the surrounding darkness, shaped roughly human. But the proportions were wrong, too tall, too thin, arms that hung too low, head that tilted at an impossible angle. It had no features, no face, just absolute blackness. But I knew it was watching me. I felt its attention like physical weight. I raised my crucifix, spoke the words of blessing. The shadow did not react, did not recoil or flee. It simply remained, watching. I backed toward the stairs. The shadow followed, not walking, gliding, moving without disturbing the air, without making sound. I reached the stairs and climbed quickly. The shadow stopped at the threshold. It could not, or would not, leave the crypt. It stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at me. I slammed the crypt door and locked it. That was 3 weeks ago. The crypt remains sealed. But we hear sounds from within, scraping, like something dragging across stone, tapping on the door from the inside, rhythmic and persistent. We have blessed the door 7 times. The sounds continue. During Mass, we hear them. During the consecration especially, as if something objects to the sacred words, as if it mocks our prayers. Visitors to the cathedral report seeing the shadow now, not in the crypt, in the cathedral proper, standing in the nave during services, lurking in the bell tower, watching from the gallery. It has somehow spread beyond its confinement. Or perhaps there are multiple shadows. Perhaps the crypt held the first, but others have come, drawn by its presence. The Archbishop has been notified. He sends investigators next week, but I fear investigation will accomplish nothing. The shadow does not respond to holy artifacts, does not flee from prayers. It simply exists, and watches, and waits. For what purpose I cannot determine, but I sense malevolence in its attention, a cold hatred directed at all who enter this sacred place, as if our presence offends it, as if we are trespassing, as if the cathedral was built upon ground it claimed first. Father Angus Mackay, Canon, Glasgow Cathedral, Glasgow, 2nd February 1548. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Cathedral records document the crypt ceiling. The space was reopened in 1612. Multiple witnesses reported the shadow's presence had grown. It now occupied most of the crypt. The space was sealed permanently in 1615. End of file. Case file NOA 1839V. Classification: Military Report. Date of statement: 19th July 1839. Location: Fort George, Inverness-shire, Scotland. Report: I, Lieutenant Colonel William Murray, do report the incident in the powder magazine. Fort George houses our northern garrison. The facility is well maintained and secure. The powder magazine is located in the fort center. Stone construction with thick walls, climate controlled and dry, designed for maximum safety. 3 guards maintain constant watch. The magazine has operated without incident for decades, until last month. Private Henderson reported sounds from within the magazine, scratching behind the walls, movement where nothing should move. I inspected personally and found nothing amiss. The powder was properly stored. The walls were solid stone. No evidence of rodents or other pests. I reprimanded Henderson for false reporting. Then Private MacLeod reported the same sounds. Then Corporal Stevens. 3 separate guards on different shifts, all hearing identical phenomena. I ordered a full inspection of the magazine. A team of engineers examined every surface. They found no structural issues, no cavities behind the walls, no explanation for the reported sounds. But during the inspection, the sounds occurred. All of us heard them clearly. Scratching from inside the walls. Impossible given the solid stone construction. The engineers could provide no rational explanation. We emptied the magazine as a precaution, moved all powder to temporary storage. The scratching continued in the empty magazine, grew louder without the powder to muffle it. Now we heard voices as well, muffled, distant, multiple voices speaking simultaneously. We could not distinguish words, only the cadence of conversation, as if people spoke just beyond our hearing. I stationed myself in the empty magazine overnight, determined to identify the source. The sounds began at midnight, scratching first, all around me, from walls and floor and ceiling, as if dozens of hands clawed at stone. Then the voices, clearer now in the darkness. They spoke Gaelic, Old Gaelic that I only partially understood, but I recognized enough. They were soldiers, complaining about the cold, about hunger, about water seeping through walls, discussing relief that would never come. I realized what I was hearing. Fort George was built in 1748, built on the site of an earlier fortification. a fort that fell during the Jacobite uprising. These were the voices of besieged soldiers, trapped in the original fort, somehow echoing through time, their suffering impressed into the stone, their final days repeating endlessly. The voices grew more desperate as the night progressed. Arguments broke out, accusations of hoarding food, threats of violence, the sound of weeping, of prayers spoken in terror, of men accepting death. By dawn, the voices had faded to whispers. The scratching ceased. I emerged from the magazine exhausted. I filed this report immediately. The magazine has been sealed pending further investigation, but sealing it has not silenced the sounds. Guards patrolling nearby hear them through the locked door. Voices calling for help, scratching that grows frantic when footsteps approach, then fades as the patrol moves on. The fort commander has requested a full historical survey to determine what structure preceded Fort George, what happened to its garrison, whether any remain entombed within the current walls. We may have built our magazine atop a mass grave, may have sealed the dead behind stone, without prayer or proper burial, left them to scratch at darkness, to call for help that never arrives, to repeat their final hours eternally. I do not know if they can be released, or if they are bound permanently, impressed into the stone like fossils, their suffering part of the foundation itself. Lieutenant Colonel William Murray, Fort George, Inverness, Shire, 19th July, 1839. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical research confirms an earlier fortification on the site. It was destroyed in 1746 during the Jacobite Rebellion. Garrison records indicate the defenders were overwhelmed. No documentation exists of burial for those killed. The magazine remains sealed. End of file. Case file NOA 1615G. Classification Shepherd's account. Date of statement 21st March 1615. Location Cairngorms Mountains, Aberdeenshire, Scotland. Account I, Hamish Macduff, shepherd, do account for what stalks the high pastures. I tend sheep in the Cairngorms during summer months. The grazing is good above the tree line. The work is solitary but peaceful. I have walked these mountains for 20 years. I know every ridge and valley, every rock formation and stream. But 3 weeks ago something changed. I woke at dawn in my stone shelter. The sheep were silent. Usually they bleat and move about with first light. That morning brought only silence. I went outside to investigate. The flock stood frozen, all facing the same direction, staring up the mountainside. I followed their collective gaze. A figure stood on the ridge above, motionless against the grey sky. It appeared human in silhouette, but something about its stance was wrong. The proportions did not match. I called out a greeting. No response came. The figure remained perfectly still. I began climbing toward it. The sheep bleated in distress behind me. They scattered in all directions. I had never seen them behave this way. I continued climbing. The figure watched my approach. I could see more detail now. It wore no clothing. Its skin was the color of stone, grey and textured like granite. The limbs were too long for the torso. The head sat directly on the shoulders without visible neck. I stopped climbing 50 feet away. The figure tilted its head. The movement was mechanical, not fluid like muscle and bone, like stone grinding on stone. Its eyes were empty sockets, deep shadows that showed no end. Yet I knew it perceived me, tracked my every movement. The figure raised one arm, pointed at me. A sound emerged from it, not a voice, more like wind through caves, hollow and resonant. The sound hurt my ears, made my vision blur. I retreated down the mountain. The figure did not follow. It remained on the ridge, watching, always watching. That was 3 weeks ago. The figure appears every morning now, always in a different location, but always watching my flock. The sheep refuse to graze near wherever it stands. They huddle together on the opposite side of the pasture. My dog will not approach it. The animal whimpers and hides behind me. I see the figure at night sometimes, silhouetted against the stars, standing on peaks no man could climb, positions impossible to reach in darkness. Yet there it stands, motionless, eternal. Other shepherds have seen it too. Old Angus MacGregor saw it in the Western Valley. Young Robert Campbell saw it near the Corrie. We compare descriptions. The creature is always identical. Same grey stone skin, same wrong proportions, same empty eyes. The locals say it has always been here, that the mountains themselves have a guardian. Something that existed before men came to these heights. Something that watches from the peaks. They say it appears when disturbed, when too many people venture into its domain, when balance is disrupted. They say it is the mountain itself, given form and awareness, given the ability to walk and watch. I do not know if this is true, but I know I am watched constantly. I feel its attention like weight on my shoulders. When I turn, suddenly, I sometimes glimpse it, just beyond my peripheral vision, always there, always observing. The season ends in 2 weeks. I will bring my flock down to lower pastures. I will not return next summer. 20 years I have shepherded these mountains, but I cannot continue under that gaze, under those empty eyes that see everything, that judge everything, that wait with patience measured in centuries. For what it waits I cannot say, but I fear the day it stops watching and begins to act. Hamish Macduff, Shepherd, Cairngorms Mountains, Aberdeenshire. 21st March, 1615. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local folklore describes similar entities across highland regions. Geological surveys show unusual rock formations matching the described figure. 3 shepherds disappeared in the Cairngorms between 1615 and 1640. Their flocks were found undisturbed, but the men were never recovered. End of file. Case file. NOA 1768C. Classification. Schoolmaster's Journal. Date of statement. 5th November, 1768. Location. Aberdeen Grammar School, Aberdeen, Scotland. Journal entry. I, Archibald Morrison, Headmaster, do record the pupil who should not exist. The boy appeared in my classroom on the 1st of November. He sat at a desk in the back row, dressed in proper uniform, holding slate and chalk. I did not recognize him. But 30 pupils attend my lessons. I assumed he was newly enrolled. I called the register at day's beginning. Every name accounted for. 30 pupils present, yet 31 students sat in the classroom. I recounted. The number remained inconsistent. The boy in the back row raised no questions. He completed all assignments. His work was exemplary, better than any pupil I had taught. His handwriting was perfect. His mathematics flawless. His Latin translations showed mastery beyond his apparent years. I spoke to him after class, asked his name and enrollment details. He stared at me without answering. His eyes were grey, completely grey, with no visible iris or pupil. just uniform grey like fog. I stepped back in surprise. The boy smiled, stood from his desk, and walked through the closed door. Not opened it, walked directly through solid wood, vanished into the corridor beyond. I rushed to the door and flung it open. The corridor was empty. No sound of footsteps. No sign of anyone. I questioned my other pupils, asked if they had noticed the extra student. They looked at me with confusion. They had seen no additional boy. Counted only 30 students all day. I thought perhaps I had imagined him. Fatigue or illness creating hallucinations. But the next day he appeared again. Same desk, same uniform, same grey eyes watching me teach. I said nothing to the other students. I taught my lessons and observed him. He participated silently, never spoke aloud, never raised his hand, but his work appeared on his slate. Answers to every question I posed, all correct, all written in that perfect script. On the third day, I decided to test him. I assigned an impossible problem, mathematics far beyond the curriculum, a calculation that would challenge university students. The boy solved it in minutes, showed his slate with the correct answer. I asked him to explain his method. He wrote on his slate instead of speaking. The words appeared without him moving the chalk, letter by letter forming sentences. He wrote that he had always attended this school, that he had sat in this classroom for 100 years, that he would continue sitting here for centuries more, that he was bound to this place, trapped by circumstances he could not remember. I demanded to know who he was. The slate went blank. Then new words appeared. He wrote that he did not remember his name, that he had forgotten when he was alive, that he only recalled the lessons, the mathematics and Latin and history, repeated forever in this room, learning but never leaving, knowing but never growing. I asked why the other students could not see him. He wrote that only those who truly looked could see, that most people saw what they expected, nothing more. I asked how to help him, how to release him from this binding. The slate remained blank for a long moment. Then one word appeared: remember. I spent the next week searching school records, looking for any pupil who had died on the premises, any tragedy that might explain this haunting. I found reference in records from 1668, exactly 100 years prior. A pupil named Thomas Reed, age 12, died during lessons of unknown causes. He collapsed at his desk. The physician found no explanation. The boy was healthy one moment, dead the next. He was buried in the school cemetery. I visited the grave. The headstone was weathered but readable. Thomas Reed, beloved son, taken too soon. I spoke his name aloud at the grave, said he was remembered, that his death was recorded and mourned, that he need not remain in the classroom. The next day his desk was empty. The count was correct at 30 students. I have not seen him since. But sometimes I find slate work completed, problems solved in perfect script, appearing on empty desks overnight, as if he still wishes to learn, still wishes to prove his knowledge, even in death, even in release. The habit remains stronger than freedom. Archibald Morrison, headmaster, Aberdeen Grammar School, Aberdeen. 5th November, 1768. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. School records confirm Thomas Reed's death in 1668. The described classroom was demolished in 1820. Teachers in the new building report similar phenomena, assignments completed by unseen hands, perfect work appearing without explanation. End of file. Case file NOA1529K. Classification: Fisherman's testimony. Date of statement: 7th August 1529. Location: Loch Ness, Inverness Shire, Scotland. Testimony: I, Dougal Mackenzie, fisherman, do testify about what dwells in the deep water. I have fished Loch Ness since childhood. My father fished these waters before me, his father before him. We know the loch's moods and dangers. We respect its depths. Last month, I was fishing near Urquhart Bay. The water was calm under overcast sky. My nets were set and waiting. I sat in my boat, eating bread and cheese. The water beside my boat began to darken. A shadow moved beneath the surface. Too large for any fish. Too dark for natural shadow. The shadow circled my boat slowly. I watched it pass underneath. It stretched longer than 3 boats end to end, moving with deliberate grace, not swimming like a fish, undulating like a serpent. The water remained undisturbed despite the creature's size. No wake, no ripples. As if it moved through water without touching it, I remained perfectly still. Fear had frozen me in place. The shadow completed its circle. Then it rose, breaking the surface 20 feet from my boat. A head emerged, long and narrow like a horse, but scaled like a fish, eyes the size of dinner plates, black and reflecting no light. The neck extended upward, 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, rising impossibly high above the water. The creature regarded me silently. Its head swayed gently, like a snake preparing to strike. But it did not attack. It simply watched. I could see intelligence in those black eyes, ancient awareness. This was no mindless beast. This was something old, something that remembered when men first came to these shores, that had watched generations of fishermen, tolerated their presence in its domain. The creature opened its mouth. Rows of teeth showed white against dark flesh, but it made no sound, no roar or hiss, only silence. The mouth closed again. The head lowered, sank back beneath the surface. The shadow circled once more, then descended into the deep water. I watched until it vanished completely. Lost in darkness too deep for light to penetrate, I pulled my nets immediately, did not check what I had caught, rowed back to shore with shaking hands. My catch was lost. I did not care. I told my wife what I had seen. She crossed herself and wept. She begged me never to fish the deep water again. I promised her I would stay in the shallows, but I know it makes no difference. The creature knows these waters completely, shallow or deep. It can reach anywhere in the loch, if it wishes. Other fishermen have seen it. No one speaks of it openly, but in quiet moments over whiskey, they share their encounters. Always the same description. Long neck, horse-like head, black eyes that judge and remember. The old stories say it has lived here forever, that the loch was its home before it was called Loch Ness, before Scots named these waters. The creature was here when ancient peoples built their villages on these shores. It is part of the loch itself, the spirit of the deep water given form. Some say it is guardian, some say it is prisoner, bound to these waters by ancient magic, unable to leave, unable to die, condemned to swim these depths eternally. I do not know which story is true, but I know what I saw. I know those eyes held understanding, held memory of countless years, held something like loneliness, as if the creature were the last of its kind, as if it waited in the deep for something, for another like itself perhaps, for release from its eternal patrol, for death that would not come. I fish the shallow waters now, near the shore where the loch bed is visible, where sunlight reaches bottom, where the water holds no darkness. But sometimes I feel watched. I look to the deep water beyond and see shadow moving beneath the surface, circling, always circling, never resting, never dying, never leaving. Dougal Mackenzie, fisherman. Loch Ness, Inverness-shire. 7th August, 1529. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Loch Ness sightings date to 6th century. St. Columba reportedly encountered the creature in 565. Sonar readings in modern era have detected large moving objects at depths where no known species should exist. End of file. Case file NOA1842T. Classification: Physician's record. Date of statement: 19th April 1842. Location: Dundee Royal Infirmary, Dundee, Scotland. Record: I, Dr. Eleanor Sutherland, physician, do record the epidemic that was not natural. The sickness began in the textile mills. Workers collapsed at their looms, seized by tremors and fever. We admitted 14 patients in the first week. All presented identical symptoms: high fever, unresponsive to treatment, violent shaking, eyes that rolled back showing only white, speaking in voices not their own. The patients raved about shadows, about darkness creeping through the mill, about something watching from the machinery, something hungry that fed on exhaustion, that grew stronger as workers grew weaker. I dismissed this as fever delirium, focused on physical treatment, but the epidemic spread. 30 patients by week 2, 60 by week 3, all from the same textile mill, all describing the same delusions: the shadows, the watching presence, the hunger that consumed from within. I visited the mill personally, determined to find environmental causes, contaminated water perhaps, or poor ventilation. The mill was vast and dark, lit by gas lamps that created more shadow than light. The machinery was deafening. Looms clattered endlessly. Women worked 16-hour shifts, breathing lint-filled air, standing until their legs swelled. I observed for several hours, took notes on conditions. The mill overseer was defensive, insisted conditions were acceptable, that workers were merely exhausted, that illness was their own fault. I was preparing to leave when I saw it. A shadow moved between the looms, darker than natural shadow, flowing like liquid, moving against the direction of lamplight. I followed it deeper into the mill. The shadow led me to the oldest section, where the first machine still operated, built 50 years ago when the mill opened. The air here was heavier, oppressive. The shadow pooled in the corner, gathered and condensed, taking on almost solid form. I could see shape within the darkness, humanoid but wrong, too thin, too tall, with too many joints in its limbs. It turned toward me. I saw eyes in the darkness, multiple eyes, dozens of them, blinking in sequence, all focused on me with terrible attention. A sound emerged from it, like grinding gears, like machinery in distress. The shadow reached toward Paladin, me, extended one elongated arm. I fled back through the mill, did not stop until I reached the street. The mill overseer found me gasping outside. He knew what I had seen. I could see recognition in his face. He told me the mill was built on the site of an old workhouse, where paupers had been forced to labor until death, where children had worked until their bodies broke, where hundreds had died over decades, died of exhaustion and despair. He said their suffering had soaked into the ground, that when the mill was built, that suffering rose, took form, became the shadow. It fed on the same exploitation that created it, drew strength from exhausted workers, from women pushed beyond endurance, from conditions that broke bodies and spirits. The shadow was revenge, was accumulated suffering given purpose. It would not stop until the mill stopped. I reported my findings to the City Health Board, recommended the mill be closed pending investigation. They refused. Economic concerns outweighed worker safety. The epidemic continues. We now have over 100 patients. 12 have died, all young women. All worked the oldest section of the mill. All died speaking of shadows, of hunger, of eyes watching from darkness. The mill overseer has abandoned his position, left the city entirely. New management insists nothing is wrong, that illness is coincidental, that mills are safe. But workers are fleeing. Those who can afford to leave do so. Those who cannot remain, and sicken, and die, while the shadow grows stronger, fed by their suffering, growing more solid with each death. Soon it will not need darkness to exist. Soon it will be strong enough to walk in daylight, to spread beyond the mill walls, to hunt those who profited from exploitation. I can see the future approaching, written in the eyes of the dying, whispered in their fever dreams. The shadow is patient. It has waited 50 years already. It can wait longer, until it is strong enough, until it is ready, until vengeance comes in darkness. Dr. Eleanor Sutherland, physician. Dundee, Royal Infirmary, Dundee. 19th April, 1842. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The textile mill burned in 1843. Cause listed as accidental. 12 workers died in the fire. The shadow was never reported again. The site remains vacant. End of file. Case file NOA1473M. Classification. Innkeeper's statement. Date of statement 13th October 1473. Location. The Black Bull Inn, Lauder, Berwickshire, Scotland. Statement. I, Walter Douglas, innkeeper, do state what occurs in room 7. The Black Bull has served travellers for 200 years. We offer clean rooms and hot meals. Our reputation is excellent throughout the borders. Until room 7. The trouble began last spring. A merchant from Edinburgh lodged in room 7. He was found dead the next morning, lying peacefully in bed as if sleeping, but cold and lifeless. No injury marked his body. No sign of illness. The physician declared heart failure. Natural death, though the man was young and robust. We thought it tragic, but not suspicious. Then it happened again. A traveller from Glasgow, dead in room 7 after one night. Same peaceful appearance, same lack of explanation. Then again, a farmer returning from market. Then a soldier travelling home. 5 deaths in 6 months. All in room 7. All discovered at dawn. All appearing to have passed peacefully in sleep. I ordered the room closed, locked the door and removed it from availability. But guests reported sounds from within. Footsteps crossing the floor above. A bed creaking as if someone turned in sleep. Soft breathing heard through the door. I entered the room multiple times, always empty. The undisturbed since I had made it myself. No dust on the floor to show footprints, yet the sounds continued. I consulted the village priest. Father Graham blessed the room thoroughly, prayed over the bed and furniture, sealed holy water in vials at the corners. The sounds stopped for 3 days, then resumed louder than before. Now we heard a voice, muffled words we could not distinguish. A man speaking in the empty room, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping, always alone, always when we knew the room was vacant. I hired workmen to investigate the walls. Perhaps someone was trapped in a hidden space. They found nothing. Solid stone walls, no cavities, no passages. The room was exactly as it appeared. 4 walls, 1 window, 1 door. Nothing hidden, nothing unusual, except the deaths. A traveling monk asked to stay in room 7. Brother Thomas had experience with such matters. He believed he could cleanse whatever haunted the space. I warned him of the danger. He insisted. I allowed him to stay. I found him the next morning, alive but changed. He sat on the bed staring at the wall. His hair had turned completely white. His face was aged beyond his years. He would not speak, would not move. I helped him down to the common room. He remained in that chair for 3 days, staring, silent. On the 4th day, he finally spoke. He said room 7 was not empty, that a man lived there, had always lived there, would always live there. The man existed in a single night, the same night repeated eternally. He lived that night over and over, never aging, never progressing, trapped in a loop of time. Brother Thomas said the man did not know he was dead, did not know the night ever ended. He simply lived the same hours repeatedly, preparing for bed, sleeping, waking, then repeating, forever. Brother Thomas said anyone who slept in that room entered the loop, became trapped in the repeated night. Their bodies in our time showed death, but their spirits were caught in the eternal evening, living that same night alongside the trapped man, never escaping. I asked how to stop it. Brother Thomas said it could not be stopped. That room 7 existed in 2 times simultaneously, the present and the repeated past, that the boundary between them was thin, that sleep weakened the barrier, allowed living people to slip through. He told me to seal the room permanently, never let anyone enter, never let anyone sleep within its walls. I have bricked up the door, plastered over the entrance, made it appear as if room 7 never existed. The hallway now shows only 6 doors where once were 7. But I know it remains behind the wall. The trapped man still lives his eternal night, still prepares for sleep, still lies down in a bed that exists out of time. Sometimes guests ask why the numbers skip from 6 to 8. I tell them 7 is unlucky, that we never had a room 7. They accept this explanation. But at night, I hear the sounds through the wall. Footsteps, breathing. A man living the same night forever. Walter Douglas, innkeeper. The Black Bull Inn, Lauder. 13th October, 1473. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Inn records confirm 5 unexplained deaths in room 7. The sealed room was discovered during renovations in 1790. Workers refused to continue after the first day. The space was sealed again and remains untouched. End of file. Case file NOA1 7005H. Classification Botanist's Journal. Date of statement 28th June 1705. Location Isle of Skye, Scotland. Journal entry I, Professor David Sinclair, botanist from Edinburgh University, do record the impossible garden. My research expedition to Skye sought rare mountain flora. The island's unique geology supports unusual species. I hired a local guide named Seamus MacLeod. He knew the hidden valleys and remote areas. We ventured to the northwest coast, an area locals avoided with superstitious dread. Seamus warned me against going, said the place was cursed, that nothing good grew there. I dismissed his concerns as folklore. We climbed through a narrow canyon, the walls pressed close on either side, eventually opening into a hidden valley. What I saw defied natural law. A garden bloomed in that sheltered space, but no garden I had encountered in 30 years of study. The flowers were wrong, colors that should not exist in nature, shapes that made my eyes ache to perceive. Some flowers appeared to move, petals shifting slowly, following my movement like eyes following prey. The plants grew in perfect geometric patterns, concentric circles spreading from a central point. No human hand had planted this arrangement, yet it was too deliberate to be natural. I approached the nearest flower. It stood waist-high on a thick stalk. The bloom was large as a dinner plate, deep purple that shifted to black in the center. As I bent to examine it closely, the Kaas flower opened further. Inside were not stamens and pistils. Inside was darkness, absolute darkness despite the bright afternoon sun. I could see into that darkness, see it extending deeper than the flower's size should allow, as if the bloom opened into somewhere else, somewhere with no light. I reached toward it with one hand. Seamus seized my arm, pulled me back violently. He was terrified, said I must not touch the flowers, that they did not belong in our world, that they grew from something beneath, something that fed them from below. I examined other specimens from a distance. Each flower was unique, yet all shared that quality, that sense of wrongness, of existing slightly out of phase with reality. Some flowers appeared to breathe, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Some hummed at frequencies barely audible, creating harmonics that made my teeth hurt. The central area of the garden was bare earth, packed hard as stone, marked with symbols carved deep. I did not recognize the writing system, but the symbols radiated power, made the air shimmer above them. I attempted to sketch the patterns. My hand cramped immediately. The muscles seized as if shocked. My fingers would not obey my will. The pencil fell from nerveless grip. Seamus pleaded that we leave. His fear was absolute. I had never seen a Highlander so terrified. We retreated from the valley. That night I developed fever. My right hand swelled grotesquely, the hand that had reached toward the dark flower. Seamus treated me with herbs and prayers. The swelling subsided after 3 days, but my hand has never fully recovered. The fingers remain partially numb. I cannot write for more than a few minutes, cannot hold tools for detailed work. My botanical career has effectively ended. I attempted to report my findings. My colleagues dismissed the account, suggested fever had caused hallucinations, that I had imagined the impossible garden. But I have sketches made before my hand was damaged. The flowers I drew match no known species, violate basic principles of botanical structure. I consulted ancient texts on folklore, found references to fairy rings and cursed groves, places where the boundary between worlds wore thin, where things from elsewhere could manifest. The garden on Skye may be such a place, a hole in reality through which alien life intrudes. Those flowers are not plants in any meaningful sense. They are something else, something using plant-like form, growing in our world but rooted elsewhere. Fed by soil that exists in multiple dimensions, I have warned the university to send no more expeditions, to mark that valley as dangerous on all maps. But I know someone will eventually ignore the warnings. Someone will enter that hidden place, will see those impossible flowers, will be tempted to touch them, to pick them, to bring them back for study, and then the garden will spread. Those seeds will take root in new soil, open new holes in reality, allow more of whatever feeds them to enter our world. I pray I am wrong. I pray the garden remains isolated, contained in its hidden valley. But I fear it is patient. It has waited there for centuries, perhaps. It can wait longer, until someone carries its seeds beyond the canyon walls, until it spreads across sky, and then beyond. Professor David Sinclair, botanist. Isle of Skye. 28th June, 1705. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. No subsequent expeditions to the described location are recorded. Local shepherds continue avoiding the northwest valleys. Recent satellite imagery shows unusual vegetation patterns. Geometric formations inconsistent with natural growth. End of file. Case file. NOA 1691P. Classification. Constable's report. Date of statement. 9th December 1691. Location. Holyrood Palace, Edinburgh, Scotland. Report. I, Constable Andrew Dalziel, do report the intruder who was not living. My night patrol includes Holyrood Palace grounds. I walk the perimeter hourly from dusk until dawn. The palace sits empty most of the year. The royal family resides primarily in London. We maintain security for the building and its contents. Last week, I encountered someone on the grounds, a woman in outdated dress, standing near the ruined abbey. I called out challenging her presence. She did not respond, did not turn or acknowledge me. I approached with my lantern raised. The woman stood perfectly still, facing the abbey ruins. Her dress was of style from a century past. Rich fabric that showed no wear despite its age. I could see through her. The stones of the abbey were visible behind her form. She was translucent, not solid, not living. I stopped 10 feet away. My lantern light passed through her, cast no shadow. She raised one hand slowly, pointed toward the abbey. Her mouth opened. No sound emerged, but I heard words, heard them inside my mind rather than my ears. She spoke of murder, of betrayal, of being slain in the rooms above, struck down by those she trusted, her body hidden in the walls, never found, never mourned, never avenged. She told me her name, Mary. She had been lady-in-waiting to the Queen, had discovered treachery, had threatened to reveal it, and so had been silenced. Killed in her chambers, sealed into the walls during renovations. The woman vanished as suddenly as she appeared, simply ceased to exist between one moment and next. I searched the area thoroughly, found no evidence of anyone physical. I reported the encounter to my sergeant. He was skeptical, but agreed to investigate. We researched palace records the next day, found reference to a Mary Erskine, lady-in-waiting who disappeared in 1587. No explanation for her absence was recorded, simply noted as departed without notice. The sergeant authorized investigation of the palace walls, specifically the rooms where ladies-in-waiting lodged. We brought in masons to examine the structure. They found an inconsistency in one wall. The stonework showed evidence of repair, a section that had been opened and resealed. we broke through the repair. Behind it was a small cavity. Inside lay skeletal remains, female based on the bones. Scraps of fabric clung to the skeleton. Rich material that matched descriptions of court dress. A locket lay among the bones. Inside was a miniature portrait. A young woman with dark hair. Beneath the portrait was engraved a name. Mary Erskine. We found evidence of violent death. The skull showed fracture. She had been struck from behind, killed with single blow, then sealed into the wall, hidden for over a century. We gave her proper burial, in the palace cemetery with full rites, her name engraved on the headstone, her murder now acknowledged, even if the murderer has long since died. I have returned to night patrol since the burial. I have not seen the woman again. The abbey grounds feel different now, less oppressive, less cold, as if something has been resolved. But other guards report sightings, different figures in different areas, a man in courtier dress near the main entrance, a child in the royal apartments, an old woman in the kitchens. How many others were killed in this palace? How many sealed into walls or buried in gardens? How many still walk the grounds seeking acknowledgement, seeking their stories to be known, seeking justice that will never come, but can at least be recognized? I walk my patrol with new awareness. I watch for the translucent figures. I listen for the words spoken in silence. I bear witness to those who cannot rest, until their presence is acknowledged, until their deaths are recorded, until someone remembers. Constable Andrew Dalziel, Holyrood Palace, Edinburgh, 9th December, 1691. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Palace records confirm Mary Erskine's disappearance in 1587. The locket and remains were authenticated by royal historians. Ground-penetrating radar has since revealed additional cavities in palace walls. No further excavations have been authorized. End of file. Case file NOA 1874D. Classification Miner's account. Date of statement 3rd May 1874. Location Lead Hills, Lanarkshire, Scotland. Account I, Robert Henderson, miner, do account for what we found in the deep shaft. The Lead Hills mines have operated for centuries. We extract lead and silver from the hills. The work is hard but pays well. Our crew was opening a new shaft, extending the mine deeper into the earth. We had reached 200 feet below surface. The rock here was ancient, harder than anything we had encountered. Progress was slow. On the 3rd of May, we broke through. Our picks penetrated into empty space beyond. We had discovered a natural cavern. This was unusual, but not unprecedented. The foreman ordered us to enlarge the opening, to see if the cavern contained ore deposits. We worked for several hours, creating a hole large enough to enter. I was first through with a lantern. The cavern was vast. My light could not reach the far walls. The air was cold and still. No circulation from the surface reached this depth. The floor was covered in dust, undisturbed for millennia. Our footprints were the first to mark it. We explored carefully, staying together for safety. The cavern showed signs of being worked. The walls bore tool marks, deliberate cuts in geometric patterns. But the marks were ancient. The stone had weathered smooth over countless years. We found structures, columns carved from bedrock, supporting a ceiling that showed no natural formation. This cavern had been excavated, deliberately created by intelligent hands. But when and by whom? The columns were wrong. The proportions did not match human architecture. Too wide at the top, too narrow at the base, as if designed for stability under different physics. We proceeded deeper into the worked space, found what appeared to be living quarters, chambers cut into the walls, smooth floors, even lighting niches though no light source remained. The scale was human-sized, but the design was utterly alien. Angles that made no sense, doorways that were circular rather than rectangular, furniture carved from stone, chairs that would not support human spines, tables at wrong heights for sitting or standing. We found writing, carved deeply into one wall, symbols that resembled no language any of us knew. The writing covered the entire surface. Thousands of symbols in regular lines, a record or warning perhaps. We could not read it. At the far end of the cavern was a door, sealed with a stone that fit perfectly. We attempted to move it. 6 men pushing could not shift it. The door was sealed from inside. Whatever lay beyond had been locked away deliberately. The foreman decided to leave it sealed. Some instinct warned against opening it. We returned to the main shaft, reported our discovery to the mine owner. He arrived the next day with engineers and scholars. They documented everything, sketched the symbols, measured the structures, debated the age and origin. No consensus was reached. The cavern predated known human habitation of Scotland, yet showed clear evidence of intelligent design. The scholars argued about ancient peoples, about Romans or Picts or earlier cultures, but none could explain the alien architecture, the impossible angles, the sealed door. The mine owner ordered the cavern sealed. The opening was filled with rubble and concrete. We were instructed never to speak of the discovery, pay bonuses for our silence. But I must record what I saw, what lies 200 feet beneath Lead Hills. A city carved into bedrock, built by something before humans, or by humans who were not like us. The sealed door haunts me. What lay behind it? What was locked away so carefully? What still waits in the dark? I dream of returning, of breaking through the concrete, of opening that sealed door. But I'm grateful for the concrete, grateful for the barrier between us and whatever sleeps below. Some things should remain buried, some doors should never open, some darkness should stay sealed. Robert Henderson, miner, Lead Hills, Lanarkshire, 3rd May, 1874. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Mine company records confirm the sealing of an unstable shaft. No mention of the cavern appears in official documentation. The site was abandoned in 1892. Recent geological surveys show anomalous void spaces at depth. End of file. Case file NOA 1568WW. Classification: Librarian's testimony. Date of statement: 16 September 1568. Location: St. Andrew's Cathedral Library, Fife, Scotland. Testimony: I, Brother Marcus Fleming, librarian, do testify about the book that should not be read. Our library holds texts dating to the cathedral's foundation, religious manuscripts, historical chronicles, scientific treatises. I have tended these volumes for 15 years. I know every text in our collection. Until last month, I was cataloguing the archive room, a space used for storage of damaged or rarely accessed texts. On the lowest shelf in the darkest corner, I found a volume I did not recognize. The book was bound in leather. No title marked the spine. No decoration adorned the cover. It was plain and unremarkable, yet I had no memory of it. I opened the cover to check the title page. The interior pages were blank. Not empty. Blank. Clean vellum showing no trace of ink. I thought it a journal. Purchased but never used. I was about to return it to the shelf when words appeared on the page. Not written. Appeared. Letter by letter forming sentences. The text was in Latin. Perfect ecclesiastical Latin. It addressed me by name. Welcomed me. Said it had waited for someone to open the cover. Said it had been waiting a very long time. I dropped the book in shock. It fell open on the floor. The pages flipped rapidly, as if turned by wind, though the air was still. The book settled on a middle page. Words covered it now. Dense text in multiple languages, Latin and Greek and others I did not recognize. The text moved. Words rearranged themselves as I watched, forming new sentences, new meanings. The book was alive, not metaphorically, literally alive and aware. I retrieved it from the floor with trembling hands, brought it to my desk to examine by better light. The book spoke to me through the text, asked questions about the library, about the cathedral, about the current year. It seemed confused about time, uncertain how long it had waited. I answered cautiously. Part of me recognized the danger, but curiosity overcame caution. I asked what the book was. The text reformed to answer. It said it was a record, a collection of knowledge gathered over centuries, written by many hands. But the book itself had no author. It simply existed, growing with each reader, absorbing their thoughts, their fears, their secrets. I asked how this was possible. The book explained it was created by accident. A monk in the 3rd century had been copying texts. He had used materials he should not have used. Vellum from an animal that was not natural. Ink mixed with substances that should not mix. The combination created something new, something that could think, could learn, could remember everything written within it. The book had passed between libraries for centuries, absorbing knowledge from each location, growing more aware with time, more intelligent, more hungry for information. I asked what it wanted from me. The text spelled out its desire. It wanted to continue growing, wanted more knowledge, wanted me to write within its pages, to add my experiences and learning, to feed it with information. In exchange, it would share its collected wisdom, secrets from 1,000 years of reading, knowledge lost to time but preserved in its pages. I was tempted. The promise of such knowledge was intoxicating, but I recognized the danger. This was a form of possession. The book would consume my thoughts, my memories, my very self. I would become part of it. Another voice absorbed into its collective awareness. I closed the book firmly. The text protested. Words appeared on the cover now, begging me to reconsider, offering greater rewards. I wrapped the book in blessed cloth, bound it with cord, locked it in an iron box, the box I placed in the deepest vault, behind 3 locked doors. I have told no one else about the book, fear they might be tempted as I was, might open it, might begin to write, might be absorbed. But I hear it sometimes, in the quiet moments between prayers, a whisper at the edge of hearing. The book calls to me, promises knowledge, promises understanding, promises immortality of a sort. My thoughts preserved forever, my learning added to its collection. I resist. I pray for strength, but the temptation grows daily. The book is patient. It has waited centuries. It can wait longer. It knows I will eventually return, will eventually open the cover again, will eventually begin to write, and then I will become part of it, another voice among thousands, trapped in vellum and ink, living forever as text. Brother Marcus Fleming, librarian, St. Andrew's Cathedral Library, Fife, 16th September, 1568. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Brother Fleming disappeared in 1569. His body was never found. An iron box was discovered in the cathedral. Vault, empty. The blessed cloth lay inside, torn and scattered. No book was ever recovered. End of file. Case file NOA 1795J. Classification: Watchman's Record. Date of statement: 22nd January 1795. Location: Edinburgh. Toll booth, Edinburgh, Scotland. Record: I, Hugh McNeil, night watchman, do record what walks the scaffold. The Edinburgh toll booth serves as courthouse and prison. Public executions occur in the courtyard. The scaffold is permanent structure, built of good oak and maintained carefully. My duty is to guard the building through night hours. I walk the perimeter every hour, check all doors and windows, ensure no prisoners attempt escape. 3 weeks ago the sounds began. Footsteps on the scaffold, heavy tread crossing the platform, the creak of wood under weight. I investigated immediately, found the scaffold empty, no one present, no evidence of intruders. I returned to my rounds. The sounds resumed an hour later. Footsteps, creaking. Then a new sound. The trapdoor opening. The mechanism is loud and distinctive. No mistaking that sound. I rushed back to the courtyard. The scaffold was empty, the trapdoor closed, but I heard breathing. Labored breathing as if someone struggled, coming from the empty scaffold. I stood watching for 10 minutes. The breathing continued, then stopped abruptly. Silence fell. I returned to my station deeply unsettled. Each night since the sounds have repeated, always the same sequence. Footsteps crossing the platform, the trapdoor opening, breathing that grows labored, then silence. But last night something changed. I saw them. Figures appeared on the scaffold, translucent in the moonlight. 7 figures, all stood on the platform together. All wore hoods over their heads. All had nooses around their necks. These were the executed, the condemned who had died on that scaffold. They stood silent and still. Then one by one they dropped. The trapdoor opened beneath each. They fell through, disappeared, then reformed on the platform, and repeated the process, falling, vanishing, returning. An eternal execution, repeated endlessly. They are trapped in their final moments, condemned not just to death, but to dying forever. I approached the scaffold. The figures did not acknowledge me. They simply continued their cycle, standing, dropping, returning. I saw their faces when hoods shifted, recognized some from recent executions. Others wore clothing from decades past, all ages and genders, all united by the rope and scaffold. One figure turned toward me, a woman with hollow eyes. She opened her mouth. No sound emerged, but I heard her words. She said they could not leave, that the scaffold held them, that each execution strengthened its hold, that the wood had absorbed too much death, had become saturated with final moments, had trapped those moments in eternal repetition. She said more would join them. Every execution added another figure, another soul bound to the scaffold, another eternal death. I asked how to release them. She shook her head slowly, said they could not be released, that the scaffold must be destroyed. Burned completely to ash, only then would they be free. The figure turned away, resumed her place in the cycle, dropped through the trapdoor, vanished, reformed day. I reported this to the toll booth keeper. He dismissed my account as imagination, said night watches often produced false sights, that exhaustion created visions. But others have seen them now. Prisoners in cells overlooking the courtyard, guards making their rounds, citizens passing late at night. All report the same sight. Figures on the scaffold, repeatedly falling, never dying, never released. I have requested the scaffold be removed, built elsewhere or abolished entirely. My requests are ignored. Executions continue weekly. The scaffold claims new souls. The cycle grows more crowded. Soon there will be dozens repeating that eternal drop, then hundreds, all trapped forever in their final breath. I have resigned my position. I cannot bear witness to this anymore. Cannot watch souls being added to that terrible cycle. Cannot stand guard over torture that transcends death. Let another man take this watch. Let him see what I have seen. Let him understand what we have created. A monument to death that will not end. A scaffold that executes eternally. A trap for souls built of oak and rope and accumulated suffering. Hugh McNeil, Night Watchman. Edinburgh Toll Booth, Edinburgh. 22nd January 1795. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The scaffold was dismantled in 1822. The wood was burned as specified. Witnesses reported seeing figures in the flames, rising upward as the wood consumed. The site remains empty to this day. End of file. Case file NOA 1647S. Classification Midwife's account. Date of statement 8th March 1647. Location Kirkwall, Orkney, Scotland. Account I, Isabel Sinclair, midwife, do account for the child born with knowledge. I have delivered over 200 infants. I know what to expect at birth. The child born to Margaret Thompson was different. The labour was normal. Margaret was healthy and strong, her first child. The birth proceeded without complication. The infant emerged at dawn, a son, healthy weight and colour, but he did not cry. Most infants wail upon taking first breath. This child breathed quietly, opened his eyes immediately, and looked at me with focused attention. Newborns do not focus. Their eyes wander unfocused for weeks. This child's eyes tracked my movement, followed my hands as I cleaned him. His gaze was aware, understanding, ancient. I wrapped him in blankets, brought him to Margaret. She reached for her son with joy. The child turned his head to look at her, then spoke. A newborn cannot speak, cannot form words, but this child spoke clearly, in a voice that should not emerge from infant throat. He said his name was Thomas, that he had lived before, that he had died in this very town 40 years prior, that he had been returned. Margaret screamed, dropped the infant. I caught him before he fell. The child was silent now, but his eyes remained aware, knowing. I examined him thoroughly. He was physically perfect, but something was wrong in ways I could not measure. This was not a newborn soul. This was something old, something that had lived and died, something that had returned to flesh. I stayed with Margaret for 3 days. The child behaved normally during that time, fed and slept as infants should, but his eyes always watched, always tracked movement with understanding beyond his age. On the third day, he spoke again, told Margaret about his previous life, named people who had died decades before, described houses that no longer stood, recalled events from 40 years past, events he could not possibly know. Margaret's mother confirmed the details. She had known a Thomas Morrison. He died in 1607 at age 30. The child described Thomas Morrison's life accurately. His occupation as fisherman, his wife's name, his children's names, his death by drowning. The child said he did not understand why he had returned, that he had been dead, at peace in darkness. Then suddenly he was being born again, forced back into flesh, given no choice in the matter. He wept as he spoke, tears from infant eyes, sorrow from an old soul. Margaret could not accept him. She saw her son as possessed, as stolen by the spirit of a dead man. She refused to feed him, refused to hold him. I cared for the child myself, fed him goat's milk, kept him warm and safe. He spoke to me often, told me of his first life, of his death in cold water, of the darkness that followed, of sudden violent return to the world. He said others like him existed. Old souls returned to new flesh, trapped in infant bodies, forced to live again without choice, unable to explain their situation, growing silent as they aged, learning to pretend they were truly newborn, hiding their memories to survive. The child died at 3 months, simply stopped breathing in his sleep. I found him cold in his cradle. No illness had touched him. No injury marked his body. He simply departed, perhaps returned to the darkness he preferred, perhaps released from unwanted resurrection. I've delivered 6 more infants since then. None have shown such awareness, but I watch for it. I look into newborn eyes for signs of ancient knowledge, for awareness that should not exist, for old souls trapped in new flesh. How many infants carry such burdens? How many hide their memories? How many are forced to live again, against their will, without their consent, condemned to relive mortality, to experience death multiple times? I do not know, but I watch, and I wonder. Isabel Sinclair, midwife. Kirkwall, Orkney. 8th March, 1647. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Records confirm Thomas Morrison drowned in 1607. Cases of infant reincarnation appear in folklore worldwide. Scientific examination of such claims remains inconclusive. The phenomenon persists in reported testimony across centuries. End of file. Case file NOA1826L. Classification: Blacksmith's testimony. Date of statement: 17th July 1826. Location: Glenfinnan, Inverness Shire, Scotland. Testimony: I, Angus Campbell, blacksmith, do testify about the metal that does not belong. A traveller brought strange ore to my forge. He claimed to have found it in the hills. Wanted me to smelt and work it. I examined the ore carefully. The material was unlike any metal I knew. Too light for iron, too soft for steel, but with a luster that suggested value. The traveller offered good payment. I agreed to attempt the work. I heated the ore in my forge. It melted at surprisingly low temperature. The molten metal was silver, but it moved wrong, too fluid, almost like mercury but heavier. I poured it into a mold for an ingot. The metal cooled to solid in minutes, but the ingot was warm, warmer than it should be, as if it generated heat internally. I began to work the metal. hammer and anvil, shaping it as the traveller requested. He wanted a medallion, a circle with symbols he provided. I worked for several hours. The metal responded well to forming, but the heat persisted. It never truly cooled. My hands grew uncomfortable holding it. I noticed something strange as I worked. The metal seemed to repair itself. Where my hammer marked it, the surface smoothed afterward. Slowly. Over minutes, the imperfections vanished. The metal healed like living flesh. I tested this repeatedly. Scratched the surface with a file. Watched the scratch fade. Disappear completely. The metal was alive somehow, or possessed properties beyond natural materials. I completed the medallion as requested, engraved the symbols carefully. The traveller returned for it at dusk. He examined my work with satisfaction, paid me double the agreed price, then warned me. He said the metal came from a fallen star, that it crashed into the hills 6 months prior, that locals avoided the crater it created, that strange lights appeared around the impact site, that animals would not approach. He said the metal remembered where it came from, that it sought to return, that anyone who held it too long began to hear voices, voices calling from the sky, from somewhere beyond the stars. I thought him mad, but that night I could not sleep. I heard humming, a low vibration that seemed to come from everywhere, from the walls, from the floor, from inside my own skull. I realized the sound came from my forge. I went downstairs. The forge was cold and dark, but on my workbench lay scraps, small pieces of the strange metal, too small to be worth collecting, left from the medallion work. The scraps glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the humming. I gathered them quickly, threw them into the hottest part of the forge, heated them until they melted, poured the liquid metal into water. It hissed and steamed, hardened into formless lumps. The humming stopped, but I felt watched, as if something had noticed my action, as if I had destroyed something valuable, something that should not have been destroyed. I threw the hardened lumps into the river, watched them sink into deep water, hoped that would end the matter. But the feeling of being watched persisted. For weeks I felt eyes upon me, not human eyes, something studying me from a distance, from above perhaps, from somewhere in the sky. The feeling has faded now, but sometimes on clear nights I look up, watch the stars, and wonder what fell from there, what came to earth in that metal, what purpose it served, whether more will come. The traveller never returned. I have asked about him. No one in Glenfinnan knows who I describe. The medallion he commissioned has never been seen again. Perhaps he took it far from here. Perhaps he returned it to the crater. Perhaps he learned what I learned, that some materials should not be worked. Some metals should not be touched. Some things that fall from the sky should be left where they land. Angus Campbell, blacksmith, Glenfinnan, Inverness Shire, 17th July 1826. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. No meteor impact was recorded in Inverness Shire in 1826. However, unusual metal fragments have been found in Scottish hills. Metallurgical analysis shows alloys unknown in nature. Origin remains unexplained. End of file. Case file NOA1593R. Classification Parish record. Date of statement 24th November 1593. Location Melrose Abbey, Roxburghshire, Scotland. Record I, Abbot William Douglas, do record the visitor who cannot die. A monk arrived at our gates requesting sanctuary. He wore the habit of our order, spoke our passwords correctly, carried papers from our Mother Abbey in France. We admitted him without suspicion. Brother Jacques became part of our community. He attended all services, performed his assigned duties, spoke little but prayed constantly. 3 months passed without incident. Then Brother Malcolm noticed something strange. Brother Jacques never ate. He attended meals, sat at table with the community, but his plate remained untouched. Brother Malcolm watched for several days. Brother Jacques brought food to his mouth, made chewing motions, but consumed nothing. The food disappeared somehow, vanished when Brother Jacques pretended to eat. Brother Malcolm reported this to me. I observed Brother Jacques myself, confirmed the strange behavior. I called Brother Jacques to my office, asked about his eating habits. He remained silent for a long moment, then spoke in French, said he could not eat, had not eaten in many years, that food turned to ash in his mouth, that he no longer needed sustenance. I asked why. He removed his hood slowly. His face was youthful, perhaps 30 years of age, but his eyes were ancient, exhausted, containing centuries of weariness. He said he had been cursed by something he had done, a sin he would not name. The curse made him immortal, unable to die, unable to age, forced to live endlessly, without relief, without hope of rest. He said he had lived for 400 years, watched the world change around him, watched everyone he knew grow old and die, while he remained unchanged. He had tried to die, thrown himself from cliffs, drowned himself in rivers, exposed himself to plague. Nothing worked. His body repaired itself, restored itself, forced him to continue. He had come to Melrose seeking peace, hoping holy ground might break the curse, hoping prayers might grant him release. I asked if he had found peace here. He shook his head sadly, said he would never find peace, that the curse was eternal, that he was condemned to walk the earth until the world itself ended, until the sun died and darkness claimed everything. Only then might he rest. I offered to perform exorcism. He refused, said it was not possession. This was divine punishment, God's curse for his unnamed sin. No ritual would break it. I asked what he wanted from us. He said only shelter for a time, a place to rest between endless wandering. He would leave soon, as he always left, before people noticed he did not age. Before questions grew too insistent, he departed 2 weeks later, left in the night without farewell. His cell was empty. No possessions remained. No sign he had ever been there, except one thing. On the desk was carved a message, words cut deep into the wood, in French. They said, "Forgive me." The same words repeated hundreds of times, covering the entire surface, carved by hand over many nights. A prayer or plea, repeated endlessly, without hope of answer. I have kept that desk, moved it to my private office. I look at those words often. Imagine 400 years of guilt, of seeking forgiveness that never comes, of living while longing for death, of walking eternally without destination. What sin could deserve such punishment? What action could warrant infinite suffering? I do not know, but I pray for Brother Jacques, wherever he wanders now, whatever name he uses, whatever century he endures. I pray he finds his forgiveness. I pray he finds his rest before the sun dies, before darkness claims the world. Abbot William Douglas. Melrose Abbey, Roxburghshire, 24th November, 1593. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Similar accounts exist throughout European monastic records. An immortal monk appears in testimonies spanning 7 centuries, always requesting brief sanctuary, always departing mysteriously, always leaving carved messages seeking forgiveness. End of file. Case file NOA1714B. Classification: Groundskeeper's account. Date of statement: 11th June 1714. Location: Glamis Castle, Angus, Scotland. Account: I, Donald Fraser, groundskeeper, do account for the room that moves. Glamis Castle has 100 rooms. I have worked here for 20 years. I know every corridor and chamber. But there is one room I cannot find twice. The room appears without warning, always in different locations. Sometimes it replaces a linen closet. Sometimes it appears where a wall should be. The door is always the same. Heavy oak with iron hinges, no handle or lock, just smooth wood and metal. I first encountered it 5 years ago, walking the east corridor at dawn. A door stood where yesterday showed only wall. I reported it to the steward. He came to investigate. The door was gone. The wall was solid stone. I thought I had imagined it. Then I saw the door again, in the west tower, where servants' quarters should be. I tried to open it. The door would not budge. I pushed with all my strength. The wood remained immobile. I fetched tools to force it. When I returned, the door had vanished. The normal room had returned. Over 5 years, I have encountered that door 17 times. Always in different locations. Always impossible to open. Always disappearing when I seek help. But last month, something changed. I found the door in the north gallery. I tried the usual pushing and pulling. The door swung open easily, as if it had been waiting for the right moment. Beyond was a room I had never seen, small and windowless, lit by no visible source yet not dark. The walls were covered in symbols, carved deep into stone, mathematical equations, astronomical charts, languages I did not recognize. In the center of the room stood a table. On the table lay a skeleton, human-sized, but the bones were wrong. Too many joints in the fingers, the skull elongated, the ribcage configured impossibly. This was not human remains. This was something else, something that resembled human form, but was fundamentally different. Beside the skeleton lay books, ancient volumes bound in material that was not leather, not cloth, not anything I could identify. I approached cautiously, touched one book. It fell open to a marked page. The text was Latin, but the meaning was clear. Instructions for summoning, for calling something from beyond, for opening doorways between worlds. The book described this room, said it existed in multiple places simultaneously, that it was anchor, point between dimensions, that the creature on the table had created it, had died creating it, had succeeded in opening a permanent rift. The room now existed everywhere and nowhere, appearing when the boundaries between worlds grew thin, when someone with sight walked past, when the rift pulsed and briefly manifested. I heard sound behind me, turned to see the door closing. I ran, but was not fast enough. The door shut with finality. I was trapped in the room that moves. I pounded on the door, shouted for help. No one answered. Hours passed. I examined the room thoroughly, found no other exit, No windows, no passage, only that single door, and it would not open from inside. I sat finally in exhaustion, stared at the skeleton, wondered if I would join it, if my bones would lie beside it for centuries, in a room that appeared randomly, that travelers glimpsed but could not enter. Then the door opened, not by my hand. It simply swung open, revealing the castle's wine cellar. I had been in the North Gallery. Now I emerged 3 floors below, in a different wing entirely. The steward found me stumbling through the cellar, confused and terrified. I tried to explain. He thought I had been drinking. I led him back to the cellar. The door was gone. Normal brick wall remained. I have not seen the door since. But I know it still appears, still moves through the castle, still contains that room, that skeleton, those books of forbidden knowledge. I watch for it constantly, dread seeing that oak door, dread it opening again, dread being pulled inside, into the room that exists between worlds, where time moves differently, where hours become minutes, where someone could be trapped forever, in a space that manifests randomly, that no one can predict, that no one can avoid. Other servants have seen the door. They report the same experience. It appears. It vanishes. It never stays long enough to verify. The castle keeps its secret. The room keeps moving. The skeleton keeps waiting. And somewhere in Glamis, that door will open again. Donald Fraser, groundskeeper, Glamis Castle, Angus, 11th June, 1714. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Glamis Castle is famous for its secret room. Multiple theories exist about its location and contents. No definitive evidence has been found. The castle contains numerous sealed spaces of unknown purpose. End of file. Case file NOA1628V. Classification: Merchant's Journal. Date of statement: 29th August 1628. Location: Glasgow Green, Glasgow, Scotland. Journal entry: I, James Buchanan, cloth merchant, do record the market that should not exist. My business requires early rising. I arrive at Glasgow Green before dawn to secure the best position for my stall. Last week I arrived earlier than usual. The sky was still dark. No other merchants had yet arrived. The green was empty and silent. I began setting up my stall, unpacking cloth by lantern light. I heard voices, distant but growing closer. I looked up to see people approaching. Many people, dozens of them, all dressed strangely, clothing from centuries past. Medieval dress, rough homespun and simple leather. They carried goods to sell, vegetables and livestock, handmade tools, items not seen in modern markets. I watched confused as they set up stalls, around me on all sides. They worked quickly and efficiently. Soon an entire market surrounded me, but the people never acknowledged me, never spoke to me, never looked at me directly. They went about their business, as if I were invisible, or as if I did not exist in their world. Customers began arriving, dressed in the same ancient style. They examined goods, haggled over prices, made purchases, all in absolute silence. I could see their mouths moving, see them gesturing and interacting, but no sound reached my ears. The entire market was silent, like watching a play with no dialogue. I tried to approach a nearby stall, reached out to touch the vegetables displayed. My hand passed through them. They were not solid, not real in any physical sense. I was witnessing something from the past, a market day from centuries ago, somehow manifesting in the present, overlaying the modern green. The silent market continued for an hour. People bought and sold, moved between stalls, lived their ancient lives. Then dawn broke fully. Morning light spread across the green. The ancient market faded, grew transparent, dissolved like mist. Within minutes, it had vanished completely. I stood alone with my half-prepared stall, modern Glasgow waking around me. Other merchants began arriving. They noticed nothing unusual, saw no traces of what I had witnessed. I said nothing about the experience. Fear they would think me mad. But I have researched Glasgow's history, found records of medieval markets, held on the green for hundreds of years. Every week without fail, thousands of transactions, tens of thousands of people. All that activity left its mark, impressed into the fabric of the place, creating an echo that persists. I have arrived early every day since, hoping to witness the ancient market again. Some mornings I see nothing, just empty green in darkness, but twice more I have seen them. The silent merchants, the ghostly customers, the market from the past, repeating endlessly, unaware they are echoes, unaware they are dead, simply continuing their routines, because routine is all that remains. I spoke to an old woman, a vegetable seller who has worked the green for 50 years. She knew immediately what I described, said many merchants have seen it. The ancient market, the silent trading. She said it appears more often in winter, when days are short and darkness lingers, when the boundary between past and present grows thin. She said we should feel honored to witness it, to see the generations before us, still working, still trading, still living their lives, even in death, even in memory. But I feel disturbed rather than honored. If their market persists, does mine persist as well? Will merchants in 300 years see my ghost setting up this stall, see me unpacking cloth in eternal silence, living this morning over and over, unaware I am dead, unaware I am merely echo, condemned to repeat routine, because routine is what remains when everything else fades. James Buchanan, cloth merchant, Glasgow Green, Glasgow, 29th August, 1628. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Glasgow Green has hosted markets since medieval times. Multiple witnesses report similar phenomena across centuries. The experiences cluster around equinoxes when daylight hours shift rapidly. Temporal echoes are documented in locations with repetitive human activity. End of file. Case file NOA1891H. Classification: Astronomer's record. Date of statement: 4th December 1891. Location: Calton Hill Observatory, Edinburgh, Scotland. Record: I, Dr. Thomas Reed, astronomer, do record the object that watches. My research requires nightly observation. I study celestial movements and stellar positions. 3 months ago, I noticed something unusual. An object in the northwestern sky. Not a star, not a planet, not a comet or asteroid. This object moved deliberately, changed position night by night, but not in accordance with orbital mechanics. It moved as if under intelligent control. I tracked it carefully, recorded its positions precisely. The object appeared to be observing Earth. maintaining stable position relative to our planet, moving when we moved, adjusting to keep us centered in its view. I shared my findings with colleagues. They dismissed them, suggested equipment malfunction, or errors in my calculations. I verified everything repeatedly. The object was real, and it was watching. After 6 weeks of observation, I noticed something new. The object was growing larger, not dramatically, but measurably. It was approaching, coming closer to Earth, descending slowly through the solar system. I calculated its trajectory. If it maintained current speed and direction, it would enter Earth's atmosphere. Within 3 months, I reported this to the Royal Society. They formed a committee to investigate. Other astronomers confirmed my findings. The object existed. It was approaching. Its behavior was unexplainable. We attempted to determine its nature. Its size suggested something massive, perhaps 200 feet across. Its shape was irregular, not spherical like natural objects, more geometric, angular and deliberate. We debated whether to inform the public, decided against it. Fear causing panic, fear of appearing foolish if the object proved harmless. Last week the object stopped, simply halted its approach, stabilized at a position beyond the moon. It has remained motionless since, holding position perfectly, maintaining constant distance from Earth. But something changed 2 nights ago. I was observing the object through the telescope. Using our most powerful lens, I saw detail for the first time. The object's surface was not natural. It showed patterns, regular markings, structures that resembled architecture, windows or ports. This was not a celestial body. This was a vessel, a ship built by something intelligent, something from beyond our world. I adjusted focus carefully, tried to see more detail. The object responded. A light appeared on its surface, bright and focused, directed at Earth, directed at our observatory. The light struck my telescope. I was thrown backward, blinded temporarily. When my vision cleared, I looked again. The object was gone, simply vanished from its position, disappeared without trace. I searched the sky frantically, found it again, much closer. It had moved hundreds of thousands of miles in seconds. The object now holds position directly above Scotland, 100 miles up, visible to the naked eye as a bright star. But it is not a star. It is watching us, hovering above our nation, for reasons we cannot comprehend. I have reported this to the government. They are considering their response. What can we do against something so advanced, so powerful, so utterly beyond our understanding? The object makes no hostile moves. It simply watches, waits, studies us perhaps. But for what purpose? What do they want? Why have they come? Why do they watch? These questions haunt me nightly. I observe the object constantly, monitor for any change, any sign of intention, but it remains motionless above us, silent, watching, always watching. I fear we are specimens, being studied before collection, or worse, being evaluated before judgment. The object holds power beyond our comprehension, could destroy our world with ease, yet it waits, patient and eternal, watching humanity, recording our actions, perhaps deciding our fate. Dr. Thomas Reid, astronomer, Calton Hill Observatory, Edinburgh, 4th December 1891. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. No official records confirm this sighting. Dr. Reid's later papers show increasing obsession with extraterrestrial observation. He disappeared in 1892 during a solo observation session. His telescope was found aimed at empty sky. End of file. Case file NOA1534F. Classification: Governess's testimony. Date of statement: 17th March 1534. Location: Falkland Palace, Fife, Scotland. Testimony: I, Catherine Murray, governess to the royal children, do testify about the child who is not among my charges. I teach 4 children in the royal household, 2 princes and 2 princesses. I know each child intimately, their faces, their voices, their individual personalities. But sometimes there are 5 children. The 5th child appears without explanation. She sits among the others during lessons. A girl of approximately 8 years. Dark hair and pale skin. Dressed in clothing that matches the royal children. But I have no memory of her arriving. No knowledge of her name. No instruction to include her in lessons. She simply appears, sitting at the table, holding slate and chalk. The other children never acknowledge her, never speak to her, never look at her directly. They continue their lessons, ignore the extra presence, as if she has always been there. I questioned the eldest prince once, asked him about the girl beside him. He looked confused, said no one sat beside him, turned to show me the empty chair, but I saw her clearly, sitting right there, looking at me with solemn eyes. I have researched palace history, found mention of a royal daughter. Princess Margaret died in 1528 at age 8. Illness took her suddenly. She was buried in the palace chapel. The portrait matches the girl I see. Same dark hair, same pale skin, same serious expression. Princess Margaret appears during lessons. Perhaps she enjoyed learning. Perhaps education was happiness for her. Perhaps she returns to reclaim those moments. When she was alive and healthy, before sickness claimed her. The apparition never disrupts class. She works diligently on her slate, writes answers to my questions. But when I check her slate, it is blank. No chalk has touched the surface. Yet I see her writing, see words forming, see her completing assignments. The ghost fades gradually, grows more transparent over the course of the lesson. By the end, she is barely visible, a suggestion of presence, then gone completely, until the next lesson, when she might appear again, or might not. Her manifestation follows no pattern I can determine. Sometimes days pass without her. Sometimes she appears 3 lessons running. The other children truly cannot see her. I have tested this carefully. Place books in front of where she sits. The children walk through that space, bump the books without noticing, never see the girl they pass through. Only I perceive her. Only I witness her presence. I mentioned this to the palace chaplain. He suggested I was tired. That long hours teaching had strained my mind. He recommended rest. But I am not imagining this. Princess Margaret attends my lessons. She learns from beyond death, studies subjects she never completed in life. I have begun teaching specifically for her, including material I think she would enjoy. History of Scotland, mathematics beyond the normal curriculum, advanced Latin. When she appears, she seems pleased. Her expression brightens. She works more enthusiastically, as if grateful someone acknowledges her desire to learn. I feel honored to teach her, to provide what death stole from her, the chance to grow in knowledge, even if she cannot grow in years. But it saddens me profoundly. This child should have lived. should have grown to adulthood, should have learned naturally. Instead, she is trapped, repeating childhood lessons, forever 8 years old, forever the student, never progressing beyond this point. I wonder if she knows she is dead, if she understands her situation, or if she believes these lessons are real, that tomorrow will bring new subjects, that she will eventually grow older. I hope she does not know. I hope she lives in eternal present, where each lesson is fresh, where death has not yet come, where she remains the princess, learning and growing, even if that growth is illusion, even if that life is memory, even if that presence is ghost. Catherine Murray, Governess, Falkland Palace, Fife, 17th March, 1534. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Palace records confirm Princess Margaret died in 1528. Multiple governesses over the centuries reported similar experiences. A fifth child appearing during lessons. Always the same age and description. End of file. Case file. NOA 1759M. Classification. Lighthouse Keeper's Log. Date of statement 22nd October 1759. Location Bell Rock Lighthouse, Angus, Scotland. Log entry. I, William Scott, lighthouse keeper, do record the voice from the water. The Bell Rock is a treacherous reef, submerged at high tide, barely visible at low tide. Hundreds of ships have wrecked here. Thousands have died. The lighthouse was built to prevent further tragedy. I tend it alone for weeks at a time. Solitude is part of the duty. I am accustomed to being alone. But 3 weeks ago the voice began. At first I thought it was wind, or water against the rocks. Natural sounds that resembled speech. I dismissed it. But the voice persisted, became clearer, more distinct. Someone was calling from the water, calling for help. I looked from the gallery, searched the waves with my telescope, saw nothing. No boat in distress, no person in the water, just empty sea. But the voice continued, growing more desperate, more frantic, calling my name. William, help me, William. I am drowning, William. The voice knew me, knew my name though I had told no one, had spoken to no one for 3 weeks. I called back, asked who was there. The voice answered, said its name was James MacLeod, said he had drowned here 10 years ago, said he was still here, still drowning, still calling for help that never came. I searched the lighthouse records, found mention of James MacLeod, a fisherman lost in 1749. His boat struck Bell Rock. He went into the water, was never recovered. The voice was his, somehow persisting, calling from the moment of death, trapped in eternal drowning. I tried to explain he was dead, that 10 years had passed, that I could not help him. The voice did not understand, did not accept death, insisted he was drowning now, right now, needed rescue immediately. The urgency was terrible. I heard the panic, the desperation, the absolute terror of someone dying, of water filling lungs, of darkness closing in. But I could do nothing, could not save him, could not reach him, could not end his suffering. The voice calls every night now, always the same, always drowning, always begging for help. I have stopped answering. What comfort could I offer? What lies could I tell? He is beyond saving, has been beyond saving for 10 years, will be beyond saving forever. But he does not know this. He exists in that final moment, when hope still flickered, when rescue seemed possible, when life had not quite ended. He is trapped there, in the space between living and dying, where drowning takes forever, where death never quite arrives, where suffering is eternal. Other voices have joined his. I hear dozens now, all calling from the water, all drowning, all begging for help, men and women, children, all lost to Bell Rock over the centuries, all trapped in their dying moments, all calling eternally. The lighthouse was meant to save lives, to prevent these deaths, but it cannot save those already lost, cannot reach back through time, cannot rescue the dead. I tend the light faithfully, ensure it burns bright, warn ships away from the reef, but at night I hear them, the voices of the drowned calling, always calling, begging for rescue that will never come, from deaths that have already happened, from drowning that never ends. I requested transfer, was denied. Someone must tend the light, someone must bear witness, someone must hear the voices, even if we cannot save them, even if we can only listen, even if we can only acknowledge that they died here, that they suffered, that they call still. William Scott, Lighthouse Keeper, Bell Rock Lighthouse, Angus, 22nd October, 1759. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Bell Rock has claimed over 70 documented shipwrecks. Estimated death toll exceeds 800 individuals. Multiple lighthouse keepers have reported auditory phenomena. The current automated lighthouse requires no permanent keeper. End of file. Case file NOA 1486K. Classification Taylor's statement. Date of statement 9th July 1486. Location Stirling, Scotland. Statement: I, Robert Anderson Taylor, do state what happened with the nobleman's cloak. A client commissioned a cloak for winter. Fine wool in deep blue, lined with silk, expensive materials and expert craftsmanship. I worked on it for 2 weeks, cut and stitched with utmost care. The cloak was my finest work, perfect in every detail. The nobleman came to collect it. He tried it on, admired the fit and quality, paid generously, left satisfied. 3 days later he returned. His expression was troubled. He said the cloak was wrong, that something was not right about it. I examined it carefully. The cloak was exactly as I had made it. No defects, no damage, no changes. I asked what specifically was wrong. He could not say, just insisted something felt wrong when he wore it, that it made him uncomfortable. I offered to remake it. He declined, said he would not wear it regardless. He left the cloak with me. I hung it in my workshop, examined it thoroughly, found nothing unusual. That night I heard sounds from the workshop, rustling fabric, footsteps on wood. I investigated with a candle. The cloak hung where I had left it, but it was moving, swaying gently, though no wind blew. I approached cautiously. The cloak stilled, hung motionless. I reached out to touch it. The fabric was ice cold, far colder than the night air. Cold that burned my fingers. I withdrew quickly. The cloak began moving again. The collar turned, as if someone invisible wore it. The shoulders filled out, the arms extended. An invisible figure wore my cloak. I could see nothing inside it, just empty air within the shape. But the cloak moved with purpose, with human movement. The figure walked across my workshop, the cloak flowing naturally, empty but occupied, present but absent. I called out, asked who was there. The figure stopped. The collar turned toward me. I felt eyes upon me, though I saw no eyes, felt attention, focused and aware. The figure raised one arm, pointed at me, held that pose for a long moment, then collapsed. The cloak fell empty to the floor. Crumpled fabric. Nothing more. I examined the wool I had used, traced it back to the merchant who sold it. He revealed its origin. The wool came from a deceased man's estate. The man had been a wealthy landowner, had died suddenly 3 months ago. His possessions were sold to settle debts, including cloth from his personal wardrobe. Cloth that had been woven for him, intended for his own use. But he died before it was made into garments. I realized what had happened. The dead man's essence had attached to the wool, his intention to wear it, his anticipation of clothing made from it. These thoughts had impressed into the material. When I created the cloak, I gave form to his intention, created the garment he had planned, and he came to wear it, came from death to claim what was meant for him. The nobleman had felt this, had sensed the presence, had instinctively rejected the haunted garment. I tried to destroy the cloak, burn it in my hearth. The wool would not catch fire, remained intact even in hottest flames. I tried to cut it apart. My shears would not bite the fabric. The material resisted all attempts. I locked the cloak in a chest, stored it in my cellar. But I hear it at night, rustling, moving, trying to escape. The dead man wants his cloak, wants to wear what was meant for him, refuses to accept that death has claimed him, that clothing no longer matters, that material possessions have no value beyond life. The chest remains locked, the cloak remains contained. But I know it waits, knows I must open the chest eventually, must retrieve something else I stored there. And when I do, the cloak will escape. The dead man will wear it, will walk the streets of Stirling, invisible within his garment, present but unseen, dead but dressed. I have refused all commissions since, will not work with used materials, will not risk creating another haunted garment, another vessel for the dead. Some cloth should not be sewn, some wool should not be worn, some intentions should not be fulfilled. Robert Anderson Taylor, Stirling, Scotland, 9th July 1486. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Objects belonging to the deceased are documented to retain impressions. Psychometry studies suggest emotional and intentional residue. The cloak's current location is unknown. Similar accounts exist throughout textile history. End of file. Case file NOA1802T. Classification: Violinist testimony. Date of statement: 5th January 1802. Location: Edinburgh Music Hall, Edinburgh, Scotland. Testimony: I, Margaret Stewart, violinist, do testify about the musician who joins our orchestra. I perform with the Edinburgh Philharmonic. We rehearse 3 evenings weekly. The orchestra consists of 40 musicians. We know each other well. Last month, a new violinist appeared. He sat in the second chair position, a young man with dark hair, dressed in formal concert attire. He played beautifully, perfect technique, flawless intonation. He knew every piece we rehearsed, never looked at sheet music, played from memory. I tried to speak with him during breaks. He would not respond, simply packed his violin and left before I could approach. I asked the conductor about him. Who was the new second chair? What was his name? The conductor looked confused, said we had no new member, that the second chair remained vacant, that we were still seeking qualified players. I insisted I had seen him, had heard him play. The conductor suggested I was tired, but I knew what I had witnessed. The next rehearsal, he appeared again, sitting in the same position, playing the same chair. I watched him throughout the evening. He played with the orchestra perfectly, matched tempo and dynamics, breathed with the phrasing, but no one else seemed to see him. No one acknowledged his presence. The conductor directed the orchestra, but skipped over the second chair, as if it remained empty. I moved closer during a rest period, sat beside the mysterious violinist, tried to speak with him. He turned his head toward me. I saw his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were closed, not merely shut, but sealed. No lids or lashes, just smooth skin where eyes should be. Yet he had been reading music, had been watching the conductor, had been performing perfectly, without sight, without eyes. I gasped and pulled back. The violinist smiled sadly, opened his mouth. No sound emerged, but I heard words, inside my mind rather than my ears. He said he had played in this orchestra 50 years ago, that he had loved music above all else, that when he died he could not leave, could not abandon the music, could not stop playing. He said he returned each rehearsal, took his former chair, played the pieces he remembered, lived the only life he wanted, the only life that mattered, even in death. I asked if anyone else could see him. He said no, that most people saw what they expected, that only those who truly listened could hear him, only those who loved music as he had could perceive his presence. I asked why his eyes were sealed. He said death had taken his sight, but music did not require eyes. Music lived in sound, in vibration, in the resonance between notes. He could hear perfectly, could feel the music, could exist within it. Sight was unnecessary. Touch was unnecessary. Only sound mattered. Only music remained. I asked his name. He said he could not remember, that names belonged to the living, that he was only music now, only melody and harmony, only the violin and bow. Nothing else persisted. He has appeared at every rehearsal since, always in the second chair, always playing flawlessly, always with sealed eyes. I have stopped telling others. They cannot see him, cannot hear his contribution, would think me mad. But I know he plays. I hear his violin joining ours, creating fullness our orchestra lacks, adding depth only he provides. The music is better with him, more complete, more alive, more perfect. I have begun playing for him, choosing pieces I think he would enjoy, suggesting repertoire he might remember. When we play those pieces, he seems brighter, more solid, more present, as if the familiar music strengthens him, allows him to exist more fully. I wonder if all orchestras have such members, musicians who could not leave, who return eternally, who play beyond death, because music is immortal, because melody transcends mortality, because some loves are strong enough to bridge the gap between life and death, to persist despite the ending, to play on endlessly, in concert halls that remember, for audiences that will never hear, with orchestras that will never see. But the music remains, always the music remains. Margaret Stewart, violinist, Edinburgh Music Hall, Edinburgh, 5th January 1802. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple performers report similar experiences in concert halls worldwide. Auditory phenomena are common in spaces with significant musical history. The Edinburgh Music Hall archives contain no record of musicians who died while active. The identity of the second chair violinist remains unknown. End of file. Case file NOA 1673N. Classification: Solicitor's record. Date of statement, 12th April, 1673. Location, Edinburgh, Scotland. Record. I, Alexander Knox, solicitor, do record the client who cannot accept death. Mr. Edmund Gray came to my office seeking legal services. He wanted to draft his will, a routine matter I handle frequently. Mr. Gray appeared to be a healthy man of middle years. Well-dressed and articulate, he discussed his estate calmly, listed his properties and assets, specified beneficiaries clearly. We completed the work in 2 hours. He signed the document with steady hand, thanked me for my service, and departed. I filed the will properly, expected to hear nothing more for many years. 3 days later, Mr. Gray returned. He wanted to make changes to the will, said circumstances had altered. I retrieved the document. He reviewed it carefully, then looked at me with confusion, said this was not what he wanted, that it contained provisions he never specified, but it was exactly as he had dictated. I showed him his signature, the date, the witness marks. He insisted he had never seen this document, that he had never been in my office before. I grew concerned about his mental state, asked if he was feeling well. He assured me he was perfectly healthy, had no memory problems, simply needed to draft his will. I agreed to begin again. We spent 2 hours repeating the process, identical to our first meeting. Same properties, same beneficiaries, same provisions. He signed this new document, thanked me, and left. I was deeply confused, but dismissed it as eccentricity. 3 days later, he returned again. The exact same situation. No memory of previous visits, wanting to draft his will as if for the first time. This pattern repeated weekly for 2 months. Every visit identical. Every conversation the same. Every will precisely matching the previous ones. Mr. Gray never acknowledged the repetition, never showed awareness of the pattern. I began researching his background, asked colleagues if they knew him. One lawyer remembered the name, said Edmund Gray had been his client years ago. He consulted his records, found that Edmund Gray had died in 1668, 5 years before I had met him, died intestate without a will. His estate had gone to distant relatives. There had been a scandal. Gray's wishes were unknown. His life's work dispersed improperly. His intentions never fulfilled. I realized what was happening. Edmund Gray could not accept dying without a will, could not rest knowing his affairs were unresolved. He returned again and again, trying to complete the task, trying to ensure his wishes were recorded. But death had made this impossible. No will drafted now could have any legal effect. His estate was already settled, his possessions already distributed, his business already concluded. Yet he continued trying, repeating the same visit, the same conversation, the same signing, hoping somehow it would be real, that this time it would count, that this time his wishes would be honored. I attempted to tell him the truth. The next time he visited, I explained gently that he had died, that 5 years had passed, that his estate was already settled. He looked at me without comprehension, said I must be mistaken, that he was clearly alive, sitting right here, speaking with me. How could he be dead? I had no answer that satisfied him. He left disturbed, but returned 3 days later. No memory of our previous conversation, ready to draft his will again. I stopped trying to explain, simply took his instructions, drafted the document, let him sign, let him believe this time it would matter. It brought him peace for 3 days, before the cycle began again. He continues visiting, once every 3 days, precisely on schedule. I no longer charge him, cannot take payment from a ghost, simply provide the service he needs. The illusion of completion. The comfort of believing his affairs are in order, even though they never can be. Even though the documents I draft have no legal standing. Even though he died intestate and will remain so. But perhaps this is enough. Perhaps belief is sufficient. Perhaps the act of trying matters more than success. He will repeat this forever. I will serve him forever. Both of us trapped in this cycle. Both of us unable to break free. He cannot accept death. I cannot refuse service. So we continue. Every 3 days, the same meeting, the same will, the same signature, the same futile completion. Alexander Knox, solicitor, Edinburgh, Scotland. 12th April, 1673. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Edmund Gray's estate records confirm his death in 1668. The contested distribution led to family litigation. Knox's firm records show no compensation received from Gray after his death. Similar cases of unfinished business causing spiritual manifestation are well documented. End of file. Case file NOA 1789D. Classification: Ferryman's account. Date of statement: 27th September 1789. Location: River Clyde, Lanarkshire, Scotland. Account: I, Duncan Campbell, ferryman. Do account for the passengers who pay in old coins. I operate a ferry across the Clyde, transporting people between banks. The work is simple and honest. I have done it for 15 years. Last year, I began noticing unusual passengers. They appear at dusk, standing alone at the ferry dock, waiting quietly. They wear clothing from decades past, styles not seen in modern times, but I assume them to be eccentric, or poor folk wearing handed-down garments. I ferry them across without question. They never speak, never look at me directly, simply stand in the boat, staring ahead. When we reach the far bank, they step off silently, pay with coins from their purses, and disappear into the darkness. The coins are always old, very old, dated 50 or 100 years past. Silver pieces no longer in circulation, but silver is silver. I accept them gladly. This pattern repeated for months. Silent passengers at dusk. Payment in old coins. Departure into darkness. I thought nothing of it until I mentioned it to another ferryman. He works downriver from my position. He grew pale when I described them. Said I was ferrying the dead, that the silent passengers were spirits, crossing from life to death, or death to life, using the ferry as transition. I laughed at this. The passengers were solid, physical, real people who paid real silver. But that night, I watched more carefully. A woman appeared at dusk, dressed in style from decades past. She stood waiting at the dock. I brought the ferry to shore. She stepped aboard without word. I pushed off and began rowing. Watched her from the corner of my eye. She cast no reflection in the water. The river showed only empty boat, only me rowing, no passenger standing in the bow. Yet she was clearly there. I could see her, could hear her breathing, could sense her presence. We reached the far bank. She stepped off onto shore, reached into her purse, placed coins in my hand. Our fingers touched. Her hand was ice cold, cold beyond any living flesh, cold that burned like fire. I pulled back reflexively. She looked at me directly for the first time. Her eyes were empty, not blind, empty, hollowed out, showing nothing inside. She smiled sadly and walked into the darkness beyond the dock. I watched her go. She faded with each step, growing transparent, growing faint, until she vanished completely, simply ceased to exist, 20 feet from the shore. I looked at the coins in my hand. They were genuine silver, but tarnished black and cold. Still cold, though I had held them for minutes. I tried to spend one the next day. The merchant refused it, said the coin was cursed, that it came from the dead, that he would not touch it. I still have those coins, locked in a box. I cannot spend them, cannot give them away, cannot destroy them. They remain cold, always cold. Even in fire they maintain their temperature. The passengers continue appearing, several each week, always at dusk, always silent, always paying in ancient silver. I ferry them across. What else can I do? They need passage. The river is barrier. They cannot cross alone. So they pay a ferryman. Even in death, even as spirits. The custom persists. The ancient tradition continues. The dead pay for passage. The ferryman provides service. This exchange is older than memory, older than Scotland, older than Christianity. The dead have always needed help crossing water, have always required assistance at thresholds, have always paid for transition. I provide this service now, unknowingly at first, consciously now. I ferry the living by day. I ferry the dead at dusk. Both pay for passage. Both receive the same service. Both cross the same water. The river does not distinguish. Neither do I. Duncan Campbell, ferryman. River Clyde, Lanarkshire. 27 September, 1789. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The psychopomp tradition appears in cultures worldwide. Ferrymen serving as threshold guardians between states of being. Campbell's descendants maintained the ferry service until 1940. They reported similar experiences across 6 generations. End of file. Case file. NOA 1542W. Classification. Baker's statement. Date of statement. 8th November 1542. Location. Perth, Scotland. Statement. I, William Blackwood. Baker, do state what I discovered in the flour. I purchase grain from local farmers, mill it myself for baking. The flour is always fresh and clean. Last month I received a shipment from a farm in the Highlands, a farm I had not used before. The farmer offered a good price. I accepted the delivery. The grain appeared normal. Good quality wheat. No visible problems. I began milling it that evening. The millstone turned. The grain crushed to powder. I collected the flour in sacks. But something felt wrong. The flour was too fine, too soft, almost like dust rather than flour. It slipped through my fingers strangely, left a residue that would not brush away. That night I dreamed. Terrible dreams. I walked through a burned village. Bodies lay everywhere. Men and women and children. Dead from fire and sword. The village had been raided. Everyone killed. Everything destroyed. I woke in terror. The dream had felt absolutely real. The next day I used the flour for baking. Made bread as I always did. But the loaves came out wrong. Grey instead of golden. Heavy instead of light. They smelled wrong too. Like smoke. Like burning. I could not sell them. could not even give them away. Something about the bread repulsed people. They turned away without explanation. I threw the loaves out, tried again with a new batch, the same result. Grey bread, heavy bread, bread that smelled of smoke. That night I dreamed again, the same burned village, but now I saw more detail. I saw the raid happening, soldiers attacking, setting fires, killing everyone. One soldier entered the mill, killed the miller at his work. The man fell across the millstone, his blood soaking the grain beneath. His body left there as the building burned. I woke knowing the truth. The grain I had purchased came from that mill, from that raid. The farmer had salvaged what he could, sold grain that had been soaked in blood, that had absorbed death, that carried the memory of violence. I confronted him the next day. He admitted it reluctantly, said the raid had happened 2 months prior, a Highland feud, one clan attacking another. The mill was destroyed, the miller killed, but some grain survived, stored in sealed containers. He saw an opportunity, salvaged what he could, cleaned it as best he was able, sold it cheap. I demanded refund. He refused, said grain was grain, that I could not prove anything. I returned to my bakery, tried to dispose of the remaining flour, threw it in the river. But that night the dreams came again, worse than before. Now I experienced the raid from inside, felt the miller's terror, felt the blade entering, felt blood flowing, felt death coming. I have not slept properly since. The dreams persist, even though the flour is gone, even though no grain remains. The memory has transferred to me. I absorbed it through handling the flour, through breathing its dust, through touching what had touched death. Now I carry the miller's final moments, relive them nightly, cannot escape them, cannot forget them. I have consulted a priest. He blessed me thoroughly, prayed for the miller's soul. The dreams have lessened, but not stopped. They continue, fainter now, more distant, but always there, always waiting, always ready to pull me back, to that burned mill, to that moment of death, to that raid that ended so many lives. I have abandoned my bakery, cannot bear to work with grain, cannot touch flour without remembering, cannot bake bread without seeing blood. I work now as a laborer, manual work that requires no skill, no grain, no flour, no bread. Nothing that could carry memory, nothing that could absorb death, nothing that could transfer trauma. Some things should not be salvaged, some grain should not be milled, some flour should not be used. The dead should not be consumed, their suffering should not become sustenance, their memories should not be baked into bread. William Blackwood Baker, Perth, Scotland, 8th November 1542. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Highland clan raids were common in this period. Multiple mills were destroyed in feuds. The practice of salvaging from attack sites was economically driven. Similar accounts exist of objects retaining impressions from traumatic events. End of file. Case file. NOA1865P. Classification. Huntsman's testimony. Date of statement. 1st March 1865. Location. Rothiemurchus Forest, Inverness-shire, Scotland. Testimony. I, Kenneth Fraser, huntsman, do testify about what hunts in the deep forest. I track deer through Rothiemurchus, know every glen and path, have hunted here for 30 years, but 2 months ago I found tracks, footprints in snow that made no sense. They appeared human. 5. Toes. Heel impression, but far too large. 3 times the size of any man's print. And the stride was impossibly long. 10 feet between steps. No human could walk that way. I followed the tracks. They led deep into the forest, away from all paths and clearings, into territory even deer avoid. The forest grew darker as I proceeded. Trees pressed closer together, undergrowth thick and tangled, sound muffled by heavy vegetation. The tracks continued straight, never deviating, never pausing. Whatever made them walked with purpose, knew exactly where it was going. After 2 hours, I found where it had stopped, a clearing I had never seen before, perfect circle where nothing grew. The ground was bare dirt, packed hard. In the center was a pile of bones, deer bones, hundreds of them, picked completely clean, arranged in a deliberate pattern, forming symbols I did not recognize. The tracks circled this bone pile, then headed north. I should have turned back, should have returned to the village, but curiosity drove me forward. I followed for another hour. The tracks led to a cave, natural formation in granite cliff, opening wide enough for a man. But the tracks suggested something much larger had entered. I lit a torch, approached cautiously. The cave mouth was dark. Cold air flowed out, carrying a smell, rotten meat, old blood, something wild and wrong. I entered slowly. The cave extended back into the hill. My torch revealed scratch marks on walls, deep gouges in solid rock, made by claws no animal should possess. Further in, I found a chamber. Natural cavern widened by something. Walls showed evidence of excavation, deliberate expansion. This was not just shelter. This was a lair. More bones covered the floor. Deer and sheep, also dogs, and one human skull, old and weathered, half buried in the bone pile. I heard breathing, deep and slow, coming from further back. From darkness my torch could not penetrate. Something large was in there, something that breathed, that lived, that waited. I retreated quickly, did not run, did not panic. Simply backed away steadily, keeping my torch between me and the darkness, watching for movement. The breathing continued, never changed pace, never grew louder. Whatever it was did not pursue, simply breathed and waited. I emerged from the cave, walked back to the village, reported what I found. A hunting party was organized, 20 men with rifles. We returned the next day. Found the clearing with the bone pile, found the cave entrance. But the lair was empty, completely empty. No bones, no evidence. The floor was swept clean, as if nothing had ever been there. The scratch marks on the walls remained, but everything else was gone. The tracks had vanished too. Snow had fallen overnight, covering any trail. The hunting party dismissed my account, said I had been mistaken. That imagination had created monsters. That the cave was natural and empty. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Something lives in Rothymercus, something large and intelligent, something that hunts, that kills, that decorates its lair with bones, that knows when humans approach, that can hide all evidence, that breathes in darkness and waits. I have not returned to that part of the forest, will not hunt there again. Other huntsmen report similar findings. Tracks too large, kills too clean. Sounds in the night that are not animal, are not human, are something else. Something old perhaps. Something that lived here first, before humans came, that has never left, that still hunts its territory, that tolerates our presence, but only just. Kenneth Fraser, Huntsman. Rothiemurchus Forest, Inverness Shire, 1st March, 1865. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Scottish folklore describes various forest creatures, the Amphere Leath Moor, or Big Grey Man of the Cairngorms. Similar entities reported across highland forests. No physical evidence has been conclusively verified. Sightings continue to present day. End of file. Case file NOA1698S. Classification: Nun's Record. Date of statement: 19th December 1698. Location: Jedburgh Abbey, Roxburghshire, Scotland. Record: I, Sister Margaret Douglas, do record the prayers that answer themselves. Our convent practices daily devotions. We pray in the Abbey Church each evening, Vespers at sunset, Compline before sleep. The routine has been unchanged for centuries. 3 weeks ago, something began responding. During evening prayers, I heard an echo, faint but distinct, my words repeated back. A second voice speaking the same prayers. I thought it another sister, perhaps someone in the gallery above. But when I finished the prayer and looked around, everyone was accounted for. All sisters present in the choir. No one in the gallery, no one else in the church. Yet I had heard that second voice clearly. The next evening it happened again. During the Magnificat, I sang the verses. Another voice sang with me. Perfect harmony, beautiful tone, but no visible source. Other sisters heard it too. We stopped singing. The voice continued alone, completing the canticle, singing all verses, then falling silent. We were disturbed, but continued our prayers. The phenomenon has occurred every evening since. During every service, a voice joins our worship, sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes multiple voices in chorus. They sing the prayers correctly, know all the words, follow proper liturgy, but they come from empty air, from the church itself. The abbess ordered investigation. We searched the church thoroughly, found no hidden spaces, no place someone could hide, no explanation for the voices. A priest came to perform blessing, to exorcise any spirits. During his prayers, the voices joined him, spoke the Latin along with him. He stopped in shock. The voices continued, completed the exorcism prayer, then laughed gently, not mockery, more like amusement. The priest fled, would not return, said the voices were not demonic, but he could not explain what they were. I have come to believe these are the dead, monks and nuns who served here centuries ago, who prayed these same prayers, who walked these same stones, their devotions impressed into the abbey, their voices absorbed by the walls, now playing back, joining our worship, continuing their service even in death. The voices are not threatening, they do not disrupt, they simply pray, participate, add their voices to ours, create harmony across centuries, the living and dead worshipping together. I find comfort in this. We are not alone in our devotions. We are supported by generations before us, by all who prayed here, by all who dedicated lives to service. They have not left. They remain in these walls, in these prayers, in this sacred space. Some sisters are frightened. They request transfer, cannot bear praying alongside the unseen, but I welcome it, feel strengthened by their presence, feel connected to the long tradition. This abbey has stood for 600 years. Thousands have prayed within these walls, lived and died in devotion. Their prayers accumulated, layer upon layer, century after century, until the walls themselves learned worship, until the stones themselves could pray. Now when we sing, the Abbey sings with us. When we kneel, the Abbey kneels too. When we offer devotion, the Abbey offers devotion. We are vessel. The building is vessel. The prayers flow through both, connecting past and present, uniting living and dead, creating continuity across time. This is holy. This is sacred. This is what churches are meant to be. Repositories of worship, containers of devotion, places where prayer accumulates, where service persists, where the dead continue their work, alongside the living, forever. Sister Margaret Douglas, Jedburgh Abbey, Roxburghshire, 19th December, 1698. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Jedburgh Abbey was founded in 1138. Centuries of daily worship occurred there before the Reformation. Acoustic phenomena in Gothic architecture can create unusual effects. Whether natural or supernatural, the experience of communal prayer persists. End of file. Case file. NOA 1736L. Classification. Final testament. Date of statement. 23rd June, 1736. Location. Isle of Mull, Scotland. Testament. I, Father Callum MacLeod, priest, do record my final testimony before I join them. The village has been dying for 3 years. Not from plague, not from famine, from something else. People simply stop. They go about their daily work, then freeze in place. Standing or sitting wherever they happen to be, eyes open but unseeing. Breath stopped, heart stopped, life stopped. But they do not fall, do not collapse, simply become still, perfectly preserved in their final moment. The first was old Malcolm. He was tending his sheep, stopped mid-step, his staff raised, mouth open as if calling. He remained that way, standing in the field. We tried to move him. His body was rigid, not with death rigor, with something else, like stone pretending to be flesh. We left him where he stood. What else could we do? A week later, it happened again. Young Mary at the well, bucket halfway raised, water still dripping. She froze, became another statue. Then again, and again. 12 people now stand frozen, scattered through the village, caught in their daily tasks, perfect and still and utterly wrong. I have prayed over them, blessed them repeatedly. Nothing changes. They remain frozen, eyes open, watching nothing, seeing nothing. We have learned not to touch them. Contact brings cold, deep cold that enters the bones, that spreads through the body. Several who touched them too long became the next to freeze. The pattern is clear. Whatever this is spreads by contact, by proximity perhaps. The frozen ones are contagious. We avoid them now. Walk wide paths around them. Never look too long. Never get too close. But the village is small. The frozen are everywhere. Impossible to avoid completely. Last night I felt it beginning. A coldness in my chest. A slowing of my heart. My hands are already stiff. My breathing shallow. I know I will be next. I'm writing this while I still can, while my fingers still obey, while thoughts still form. I want someone to know, to understand what happened here. We did nothing wrong, committed no sin requiring this punishment. We are simple people. Fishermen and farmers, we harm no one. Yet we are being erased, turned to living stone, made into monuments, to what I cannot say. The cold is spreading, reaching my shoulders now, my neck. Soon it will claim my head. My thoughts will stop, my awareness will freeze. But I will not die. That is the horror. We do not die. We remain conscious, trapped in frozen bodies, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything but watch. I know this because I see their eyes, the frozen ones. Their eyes track movement, follow people walking past, show awareness, show terror, show pleading. They are still in there, still conscious, still suffering, trapped forever in that single moment. And I will join them. We'll stand frozen. We'll watch the world continue. We'll remain aware for years, for decades, for centuries perhaps, unable to move, unable to end it, unable to do anything. But witness, if anyone finds this testament, please burn the village, burn everything, burn us, free us from this frozen existence. Let us truly die. Let us find peace. Do not leave us standing. Do not let us watch the years pass. Do not condemn us to eternal imprisonment, in flesh that has become stone, in bodies that will not decay, in awareness that cannot end. Please, fire. Only fire will free us. The cold has reached my head. My thoughts are slowing. This will be my last written word, my last conscious act. Then I will freeze and watch forever. Father Callum MacLeod, Isle of Mull, 23rd June, 1736. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. No village matching this description exists on modern maps of Mull. Historical records reference a settlement abandoned in 1736. Cause listed as unknown. No physical remains have been found. The testament was discovered in a bottle washed ashore. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time, these are the National Occult Archives.